Chapter 383. David, Kenny, Transcendent Dunbar, and Transcendent Beecher returned to the Academy's base. When they landed in front of the Academy's gate, cheers rang out. Due to the Academy's recent regulations, many of the senior students stayed in the base and did not go out. Most of the senior students did not use the portal to return to the Academy. On one hand, the cost of a single teleportation was too expensive. Going back and forth without planning would only waste points. On the other hand, although the insectoid wave on the Guardian planet had passed, the senior students still stayed in the base to protect their home. They had heard about the destruction of Cater Academy's base, and they did not want the same thing to happen to their own Academy's base. Therefore, the Kaji combat team formed by the senior students spontaneously patrolled around the Academy's base. When all the students near the Academy's base saw Kenny Transcendent carrying the giant phantom millipede's corpse, their pride for the Academy made them cheer excitedly. This was done on purpose by Kenny Transcendent. If he wanted to keep a low profile, he could have dissected the phantom millipede's corpse outside and let the three Transcendent keep it in their respective portal items. Kenny Transcendent had brought back the corpse of a level 3 insectoid twice in a row. This greatly boosted the morale of the students, and the impact of the destruction of Cater Academy's base gradually disappeared. Of course, many of the students were more envious of David. David was a member of the Transcendent's hunting team, and David was just a student. The three Transcendent did not greet the students. They carried the phantom millipede's corpse into the base, but David could not do that. He smiled and nodded at the students before entering the base. In the base, David kept nodding at the students coming and going, so he quickly bid farewell to Kenny Transcendent and the others. When he returned to his dorm, David immediately summoned the Shadow Attendant and pressed his hand on the Shadow Attendant. The soul energy of the Phantom Millipede was absorbed by the Shadow Attendant and converted into a portion for David to absorb. Then, it was transferred to David's soul. Afterward, he had the Shadow Attendant activate its attribute panel. As expected, the Phantom Millipede's soul had increased his will by 0.01. Together with the soul energy of the level 3 giant claw flaming bug, his will had reached 7.07. The stable reward for killing a level 3 insectoid was a 0.01 increase in will, 1,000 to 3,000 Academy points, and a knowledge ball in his soul. Although David wanted to participate in the distribution of the level 3 insectoid materials, the most important thing for him right now was to obtain points. The level 3 Transcendent was more than willing to use points to replace the distribution of the level 3 insectoid materials. The 3 Transcendent served the Academy and received a fixed amount of points every month. These points had been accumulated over a long period of time, so each Transcendent's points were not low. David glanced at his bracelet and saw that his points were nearing 35,000. It had only been a month, so he was very close to achieving his first goal. Let's see what kind of knowledge ball the Phantom Millipede gave me. David muttered to himself as he focused his attention on the Shadow Attendant's body. The Shadow Attendant took out a white ball of knowledge. This was the knowledge ball that he had obtained today. Multi-arm control, talent, prerequisites not met. When David saw that the prerequisites were not met, his heart sank. When he saw the explanation of the knowledge ball, he lost even more hope in it. In the past, there was the cooking 99% perfect ability. Although he complained about the cooking ability's uselessness, now he was eating and talking about how delicious it was. As for the flame control, talent, prerequisites not met, knowledge ball given by the giant claw flaming worm. Although the prerequisites were not met, at least he would be able to learn this ability in the future when he had the hope of obtaining flame energy. But what the hell was this multi-arm control, talent, prerequisites not met? When did David grow multiple arms? Looking at the explanation, the elephant insectoids had the ability to increase the flexibility of their secondary arms to 80% of their main arms. This was especially true for insectoids with many limbs. After obtaining this ability, their combat ability would naturally increase greatly. However, as a human, David only had 2 main arms. It was impossible, or rather impossible for him to have secondary arms. This ability was a useless knowledge ball. Sometimes, David felt that his luck had run out. Now, even a level 3 insectoid could not give him a useful ability to increase his strength. Of course, when it came to souls, it was naturally the human soul that was the most useful. David still remembered the 6 talents he saw from the soul of the top genius of the academy. Although the speed talent overlapped with his speed talent, it was still because his own speed talent was too powerful. However, David immediately suppressed this thought. It was too dangerous. Although he did not mind killing people, he would definitely not kill his own kind for no reason. He could kill his enemies mercilessly and use all kinds of methods, but he had his own principles when it came to other people. David knew that he was far from the standard of a good person, but he did not think that he was a bad person. He just wanted to survive in this world. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, David stood up to prepare dinner. He had been cooking for himself for the past few days, and he felt that he was very talented in this area. Therefore, no matter how tired he would insist on eating his own food. For the next 10 days, the Transcendent hunting team did not move out again. It was not that the military did not find a level 3 insectoid, but the Transcendent of the Academy base did not dare to leave the base. In these 10 days, the military lost another 5 scouting ships. The loss of personnel and ships was secondary. The activity of the Stoneskin Worm King made the Transcendent feel a chill in their hearts. It must be known that a level 3 insectoid had a certain level of intelligence. Unless someone entered its territory, it would only attack. Normally, a level 3 insectoid would hide itself. However, this Stoneskin Worm King seemed to be provoking them. The 6 scouting ships were destroyed in different places, which meant that these places were not within its territory. After this incident, the 3 Academy bases and the Slaw Combat Academy that was still under construction all strengthened their defenses. The Transcendent could not leave the Academy base at this time. No one wanted the Academy base to be attacked by the Stoneskin Worm King while they were away. In these 10 days, David had nothing to do. He stayed in the base and cultivated every day. Fortunately, there was food to supplement his life. On the morning of the 20th of October, David ate level 3 strengthened meat as usual. He practiced the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique to digest the level 3 strengthened meat. The biggest benefit of coming to the first college of Iridia base was the endless supply of level 3 strengthened meat. Of course, level 3 strengthened meat was not something ordinary students could afford. Most students would only use level 3 strengthened meat when they reached a bottleneck. Students like David, who used level 3 strengthened meat as a daily cultivation resource, were too rare. Even if they were supported by large corporations, they could not provide a large amount of college points. After his morning cultivation, David was about to go to the safe zone to hunt for level 1 insectoids. He wanted to see if he was lucky enough to encounter a level 2 insectoid. He put on his custom-made exoskeleton armor and carried his weapon. As soon as he walked out of his dorm, he received a message from the Transcendent Kenny. "David, you look like you're going out." In the office of the Transcendent Kenny, the Kenny Transcendent looked at David's combat gear and asked with a smile, "I'm just going to move around in the safe zone. I don't dare violate the Academy's rules." David explained helplessly. The Academy's principal, Lek Transcendent, had ordered that David not be allowed to leave the safe zone without permission. Even the Transcendent Kenny could not say anything. "Come with me to a meeting later. It's in the military's 6th base." The Transcendent Kenny knew that David would not violate the rules. The base's AI was monitoring David, so he waved his hand and said, "Have you found the Stoneskin Worm King?" David blurted out. It was no wonder that David would ask this. Recently, although ordinary students did not know, David, who had been in contact with the Academy's important affairs, knew that the Stoneskin Worm King had become the biggest trouble in this area, including the Slaw Combat Academy that had yet to be built and the Cater Academy that was being rebuilt. As long as the Stoneskin Worm King was not eliminated, the entire area would not be peaceful. No, but there are some clues. General Froud summoned us to discuss the future action plan. The Transcendent Kenny explained with a smile. "The military summoned me. I'm just a student. Do they need me to go?" David could not help but feel puzzled when he heard that it was the transcendent Froud who summoned him. David, don't underestimate yourself. You put a lot of effort to hunt down the level 3 Zergs. With you around, you can match up to the Transcendent's battle power. The Transcendent Kenny patted David's shoulder and said. The Transcendent Kenny did not tell David that although their hunting group had only killed 2 level 3 Zergs, under normal circumstances, killing a level 3 Zerg within 30 days was already considered efficient. Therefore, their efficiency in killing 2 level 3 Zergs in 6 days had long been spread among the Transcendent of the few Academy bases. If it were not for the few Transcendent from the First College of Iridia blocking them, the other Transcendent from the other academies who had interacted with David before would have privately asked David to form a hunting group. Because of the King of the Stoneskin Worms, they stopped hunting level 3 Zergs. When they departed, the 3 Transcendent from the Academy base, the Transcendent Kenny, the Transcendent Dunbar, and the Transcendent Beecher, were all with David. This also made David understand that the meeting today would not be simple. This time, they did not fly by themselves. Instead, they borrowed the high-speed spaceship that David had obtained from the Transcendent Esmond. It was not that the Kenny Transcendent did not have a spaceship, but their spaceship was not as fast as David's spaceship in the atmosphere. Because the Transcendent guarding the Academy base had all left, once there was any danger, even a high-speed spaceship would be able to quickly return. 2 huge Krypton crystal engines were activated. David shared the authority of the spaceship with the Transcendent Kenny. The Transcendent did not hold back and directly took over the operation of the spaceship. The Transcendent Kenny opened the map of the Guardian planet on the screen and selected a coordinate. The spaceship flew out of the Academy base and made a loud noise before disappearing into the sky above the Academy base. Master David, your spaceship is not bad. It's suitable for the Guardian planet. The Transcendent Beecher, who was sitting at the side, felt the speed of the spaceship and nodded. That's Esmond's spaceship. I heard that the Bata Energy Company specially made it for Esmond. It's a pity that the Bata Energy Company has lost a lot of talents. Otherwise, we could get them to customize a few spaceships as well. The Transcendent Kenny looked at David and said with a smile. The Bata Energy Company had lost a lot of liquid funds after David's massacre. After being attacked by various parties, they had long since fallen into decline. Furthermore, the Bata Energy Company still had a few Krypton crystal mines in their hands. Therefore, they had been targeted by the energy giants recently and were probably going to disappear soon. The few of you can use the spaceship at the base whenever you want. I'll give you the authority. David said with a smile. I'm just kidding. Why would we want your spaceship? The Transcendent Kenny shook his head. After 2 battles and many days of interaction, David and the 3 Transcendent were already very familiar with each other and got along very well. Base number 6 was a military base that the military had built at the edge of the region. This was David's first time here. When he approached base number 6, he received multiple confirmations of his identity. David also saw the base from the sky. Unlike the Academy base, this base was a war machine. At the highest point of base number 6, a giant fortress cannon stood tall. David did not know how powerful the giant fortress cannon was, but he could imagine the terrifying attack power of the giant fortress cannon just by looking at its body that was almost 100 meters long. Below the giant fortress cannon were dozens of heavy laser cannons that protected the area around the base. Below the heavy laser cannons were a large number of Gaussian cannons. Between each of the Gaussian cannons were anti-air rapid-fire cannons. Missile launching systems covered every inch of base number 6. When David saw the base, he felt his whole body tense up. In the attack range of so many weapons, he felt like his life was out of his control. The spaceship's navigation system was taken over by base number 6. The spaceship slowly descended, and a tunnel opened up on the second floor of base number 6. The spaceship then entered it. Every time I see a military base, I feel that the military is too stingy. If these weapons and equipment were given to our base, the security level would be raised a lot. We wouldn't have to worry about level 3 insectoids getting close to us. The Transcendent Beecher could not help but complain when the spaceship was pulled in. One shot from the giant fortress cannon can kill a level 3 insectoid, but there won't be any materials left. The transcendent Kenny said with disdain. Of course, David could see the envy in the eyes of the transcendent Kenny. Level 3 insectoids were not easy to deal with. If the Academy base had the giant fortress cannon, they could deal with the level 3 insectoids themselves. If they could not, they could use the giant fortress cannon to kill them. Chapter 384. Sorry, I'm late. Transcendent Kenny greeted with a smile as soon as he entered the meeting room. David scanned the meeting room and could not help but be shocked. David knew a lot of the people in the meeting room. As long as he knew them, they were all transcendent. Even if he did not know them, he could sense that they were also transcendent based on their aura. In other words, this was a gathering of transcendence, and it was a gathering of 14 transcendents. This was the most transcendent David had ever seen. 14 transcendent were right in front of him, making him even more nervous than when he was facing the giant fortress cannon outside. Kenny, you must have forgotten the time, because you were hunting level 3 Zergs. Transcendent Galton of Volgo Academy glanced at Transcendent Kenny and said. Even David could hear the jealousy in Galton Transcendent's tone. Originally, David's hunting group should have been formed by him and Galton Transcendent of Cater Academy, and Kenny Transcendent. This was because their hunting group had already successfully hunted a level 3 Zerg and made an agreement. However, Kenny Transcendent was no longer playing with them. His own Academy's Transcendent formed a hunting group and successfully hunted level 3 Zergs consecutively. This made Galton Transcendent very jealous. All right, since everyone is here, let's begin the meeting. Military Transcendent Frud said in a deep voice. Everyone looked at Transcendent Frud. Although only 2 Transcendent were military Transcendent, Transcendent Frud's military identity was here. I think everyone knows the reason why I've invited you here. The Stone-Skinned Worm King has been continuously attacking the scout ships. I've tried sending multiple corvettes to follow it, but as long as the corvettes are present, the Stone-Skinned Worm King won't attack. This shows that the Stone-Skinned Worm King has a very high intelligence. Transcendent Fried continued. When the Transcendent heard this, their expressions became serious. The Stone-Skinned Worm King has obviously disturbed the peace of this area. It must be eliminated, but it's too good at hiding. We lost 6 scout ships and still couldn't pinpoint its location. Transcendent Frud said again. General Frud, the military can't even find the Stone-Skinned Worm King. What's the point of gathering us here? Transcendent Draper of Slaw Combat Academy asked. Originally, Slaw Combat Academy didn't intend to send a Transcendent here, but if they wanted to integrate into this area, they had to participate in this kind of operation, and they couldn't send fewer Transcendent than any other base. So in the end, Slaw Combat Academy sent 3 Transcendent to participate in the meeting, but this also left their base under construction defenseless. Transcendent Draper wanted to go back as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste time here. The Stone-Skinned Worm King is very smart. It knows very well that the frigates are a great threat to it, so it won't show up when there are frigates around. Even if the scout frigates are flying too high, it won't show up. So if we want the Stone-Skinned Worm King to appear, we have to lure it out, and we need everyone's help. Transcendent Frud said in a deep voice. General Frud, if you only need to lure out the Stone-Skinned Worm King, why did you ask all of us to come here? Transcendent Glenn raised a question. Similar to the situation of Transcendent Draper, Cater Academy base was also under construction. Unlike the first College of Iridia and Volgo Academy base, which had a complete defense system, Cater Academy base was now in a state of chaos. Glenn Transcendent and the others couldn't leave the base. Because the Stone-Skinned Worm King is a level 3 mutated insectoid, and it's a king insectoid. I believe that from the information of the level 3 mutated insectoid kings that appeared in history, what can you think of? Transcendent Frud asked with a smile. With the question of Transcendent Frud, the Transcendent seemed to have thought of something, and their eyes flashed with surprise. General Frud, you're saying that the Stone-Skinned Worm King has a treasure that can mutate it? At this time, even Transcendent Kenny couldn't sit still and asked aloud. When David heard Transcendent Kenny's question, he thought of the crystal pregnant stone. Although his expression didn't change, his heart was in turmoil. This is very possible. In addition, you seem to have forgotten that the Stoneskin Worm King has the ability to petrify. This is not an ability that the Stoneskin Worm King should have. Since the Stoneskin Worm King has reached level 3, there is a great possibility that it can solidify the petrification ability in a certain part of its body. If this is the case, then this is the best material for a transcendent weapon. Transcendent Frud continued. At this time, all the Transcendent couldn't remain calm. Every Transcendent's eyes flashed with excitement. Although the Guardian Planet was closest to the War Star, the Transcendent weapon materials almost never appeared on the Guardian Planet. Even the Principals didn't have a real Transcendent weapon. They all used quasi-Transcendent weapons. Only the War Star, which had a variety of Zergs, would produce Transcendent weapon materials. Therefore, almost all the Transcendent weapon owners were on the War Star. Of course, this didn't mean that a Transcendent weapon was more powerful than a quasi-Transcendent weapon. It depended on the effect of the Transcendent weapon. Some Transcendent weapons could only stimulate the user's potential or increase the user's speed or strength. Some Transcendent weapons could even allow the user to see further. Any weapon with such a special effect could be called a Transcendent weapon. However, a Transcendent weapon with the petrification effect would be an extremely practical Transcendent weapon. Judging from how terrifying the Stoneskin Worm King was, if a Transcendent weapon materials really appeared, the price would probably be astronomical. Even if so many Transcendent weapons worked together, the final amount of Transcendent crystals they would obtain would not be small. A Transcendent that David didn't know suddenly looked at David and asked, "Why is Akaji participating in the killing of the Stoneskin Worm King?" David didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hadn't even seen the Stoneskin Worm King yet, and this Transcendent was already considering reducing the number of people to distribute the loot. Anurin, we don't know Master David, and that's why I didn't introduce him. Let me introduce you. This is Master Sniper David. More than 3 Transcendent have died in his hands. In less than 2 months since he arrived on the War Star, he worked with other Transcendent to kill 3 level 3 Zergs. Transcendent Farad introduced Anurin to the Transcendent with a smile. Transcendent Draper pulled Anurin aside and apologized to David. "I'm sorry, Master David. Anurin just arrived on the War Star today. He doesn't know the situation yet." When Anurin Transcendent heard about David's achievements, he looked at David with a strange expression. He thought that the 3 Transcendent were killed by David. Under David's gaze, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. However, as a Transcendent, he didn't want to apologize to David in front of the Transcendent, so he kept his mouth shut and stood there without saying a word. Transcendent Galen looked at Anurin Transcendent and said, "Master David has to go. We'll be much safer with him around. None of you have seen the power of the Stoneskin Worm King with your own eyes." Gilman was petrified as soon as he got close to the Stoneskin Worm King. That's why Master David's long-range attacks are very important. All the Transcendent couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was best to have a Sniper Master with them when fighting against a level 3 insectoid with terrifying special abilities. Transcendent Frud said in a deep voice, "Everyone, after killing the Stoneskin Worm King, the body of the Stoneskin Worm King will be distributed according to the rules. Once there are any Transcendent weapon materials, the military wishes to purchase them. Also, as the initiator of this operation, if there are any treasures that can cause the Stoneskin Worm King to mutate, the military has the right to dispose of them. If the military wants to buy materials for Transcendent weapons, they must give priority to the military when the price is the same." Transcendent Galton demanded. Transcendent Frud replied with a smile, "Of course, we won't let anyone suffer any losses." The Transcendent present didn't realize the true meaning of Transcendent Frud's words. Only David sensed the meaning behind Transcendent Frud's words. It wasn't that David was smarter, but the treasure that Transcendent Frud guessed was in David's hands. Transcendent Frud's tracking and searching this period of time wasn't without results. They found the area where the stone-skin worm group used to live and found a lot of clues there. This included the overall mutation of the stone-skin worm group, as well as the remnant energy of the incubator stone in that area. After receiving this information, Transcendent Frud immediately gave up the idea of using space weapons to attack the Stoneskin Worm King. Under the horrifying power of space weapons, the Stoneskin Worm King would be reduced to ashes. No treasures or materials would be left behind. That was why Transcendent Frud organized this Transcendent meeting to discuss hunting the Stoneskin Worm King. Transcendent Kenny frowned and asked, "We can't even determine the location of the Stoneskin Worm King. How can we find the Stoneskin Worm King?" Although Transcendent Frud had said so many benefits, the Stoneskin Worm King's tracks had never been found, which made everything Transcendent Frud said empty words. "Everyone, please take a look." Transcendent Frud tapped his identity bracelet and a light screen appeared in front of him. A map appeared on the light screen. Everyone present knew that this map was the map of this area. There were 6 specially marked coordinates on the map. Transcendent Frud pointed at the map and explained, "These 6 coordinates are the last positions of the 6 scout ships. According to these 6 coordinates, it can be seen that this is an irregular hexagon. According to the military's intelligence analysis, the Stoneskin Worm King's area of activity is likely to be within this irregular hexagon. We will move in this area next and lure out the Stoneskin Worm King." Transcendent Glenn asked in a deep voice, "The Stoneskin Worm King is good at launching sudden attacks from underground. I wonder if the military can provide the corresponding equipment so that we can detect the Stoneskin Worm King's attack in advance and react early." Among the 5 forces here, including the military, only Cater Academy lost to Transcendent. This was already a huge loss for Cater Academy. Without a better countermeasure, Cater Academy could no longer bear the loss of Transcendent. Transcendent Glenn would never forget the scene of Transcendent Gilman being killed in seconds. In fact, with the current level of technology, as long as one knew the Zerg's methods, they could make corresponding countermeasures. This was especially true for the military. They had a professional research department to deal with all kinds of sudden special attacks and develop corresponding countermeasures. Transcendent Frud was already prepared. When he heard Transcendent Glenn's question, he replied with a smile, "The military has already planned for this. We won't let you take any risks." He tapped on his identity bracelet again, and the light screen switched to a handheld scanner. "This is an individual terrain scanner that we've prepared for everyone. You can carry it on your back, or carry it on your side. It can scan any changes in the terrain 10 meters below the ground where the scanner is located. It will send out an alarm as soon as it detects the deviation of soil and stones underground. I believe that no matter how powerful the Stoneskin Worm King is, it won't be able to avoid the scan of the individual terrain scanner." Transcendent Farad introduced confidently. Transcendent Frud confidently said confidently, but in his heart he couldn't guarantee that the individual terrain scanner would be 100% effective. This type of scanner hadn't been tested in actual combat. It was just a test product made by researchers. However, if they didn't encounter the Stoneskin Worm King, they wouldn't be able to test it. Without a successful scan, they wouldn't be able to avoid the Stoneskin Worm King's sudden attack. Besides, the individual terrain scanner was developed to find the Stoneskin Worm King. If it could easily find the Stoneskin Worm King, then the individual terrain scanner would be useless. It was like a vicious circle. Transcendent Draper nodded and said, "Not bad. With this, we can detect the Stoneskin Worm King's attack in advance." The ground of the Guardian planet was difficult to scan and required high-power scanning equipment. This type of scanner that could be carried by a single person was small and practical. The Transcendent Draper was indeed very satisfied. Transcendent Frud saw the satisfied look on the Transcendent Draper's face and announced loudly with a smile, "This operation is named King Hunting Operation. It's also the largest Transcendent collective operation in our area in many years. I hope this operation will be successful and recorded in history." A few soldiers came in and served the wine glasses that they had prepared beforehand. They poured red wine, and then left one by one. Transcendent Frud was the first to raise his wine glass and say, "I hope this operation will be successful and the Stoneskin Worm King will be successfully hunted down." Transcendent Draper also raised their wine glasses and echoed. David glanced at Transcendent Frud. If possible, he wanted to tell Transcendent Frud that Transcendent Frud's plan to seek the treasure would fail. Chapter 385. Although all the Transcendent had arrived for the meeting, if so many Transcendent were to form a hunting team together, they would need to go back and arrange things in the base. No one expected the Hunting King operation to be completed in a day. Therefore, the Transcendent gave the Transcendent 2 days to prepare, and the largest Transcendent gathering that David had ever attended was over. "Kenny, we'll take a ride on your spaceship." Just as the Transcendent were about to leave, the Transcendent Glenn brought the other 2 Transcendent from the college and said with a smile. David looked at the Transcendent Glenn with a confused expression. The first college of Iridia's base was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Cater College's base. Where did this spaceship come from? "Welcome. It's been a while since we've gathered." The Transcendent Kenny didn't know what the Transcendent Glenn wanted to do, but as a good friend of many years, he wouldn't refuse to give him face. The 6 Transcendent all boarded David's spaceship, and the spaceship left the base under the automatic guidance of base number 6 and flew into the air. The Transcendent Glenn glanced at everyone in the cabin and then said to the Kenny Transcendent with a smile, "Kenny, do you want us to form a team and get rid of the Stoneskin Worm King before they do?" His words surprised the first college of Iridia Transcendent. They didn't expect him to have such an idea. Of course, the 6 Transcendent plus the Sniper Master David still had the possibility of killing the Stoneskin Worm King. "Glenn, we don't even know where the Stoneskin Worm King is. How do we hunt it?" Transcendent Kenny shook his head. In truth, every Transcendent here was extremely envious of the potential value of the Stoneskin Worm King. As long as they could keep the materials for their own Transcendent weapons and forge a Transcendent weapon with petrification, it would be enough to elevate the strength of any Transcendent to the top of the Transcendent ranks. However, although Glenn Transcendent's suggestion moved Kenny Transcendent, it could not be implemented. "Who said we can't find it? We might not be able to, but Master David can." Transcendent Glenn looked at David with a fervent gaze. At this moment, all the Transcendent present thought of David's Transcendent pet, Little White. The Transcendent Archie was hidden very well, but Little White still managed to find it. "David, can Little White find the Stoneskin Worm King?" Transcendent Kenny asked with a fervent gaze. David finally understood why Transcendent Glenn wanted to ride on the spaceship. It turned out that they wanted to leave the other Transcendent aside and work together to hunt the Stoneskin Worm King. Little White is very timid. It wouldn't dare to track a level 3 insectoid, especially one as strong as the Stoneskin Worm King. David shook his head with a bitter smile. Just now, David had tried to communicate with Little White telepathically to ask if it could track the Stoneskin Worm King, but Little White had pretended to be dead and did not move at all. It was rare for it to ignore David's call. Thinking about it, although Little White was known as a Transcendent, it was really too weak as a Transcendent. There was probably a huge gap between it and a level 1 insectoid, let alone a level 3 insectoid. We don't need Little White to track the exact location. We just need a general area. Transcendent Glenn asked anxiously. David did not even try this time and firmly shook his head to refuse. Little White's behavior just now was very clear. David would not let Little White do anything it did not want to do. David and Little White had a very close relationship. Little White's attachment to David was like a child's attachment to their parents. Feelings were mutual. Little White was David's only life partner for a long time, so David would not force Little White. What a pity! Transcendent Glenn finally sighed and gave up on the idea. No one here would force David to help. Although David was not a Transcendent, David had the power to threaten the Transcendent, and he was also under the protection of the First College of Iridia. The spaceship first sent the 3 Transcendent Glenn Transcendent to the Cater Academy base before returning to the First College of Iridia. "Kenny, I don't understand why the principals of the other academies did not participate in this operation. David asked in confusion as the three Transcendent from Cater Academy got off the spaceship and flew back to the Academy base. David had always been puzzled about this. He had heard that the principals of each academy were the most powerful among the Transcendent, and their combat power was much higher than the average Transcendent. The three Transcendent from each academy participated in the encirclement of the insectoids, but none of the principals were involved. Logically speaking, the participation of the principals in the King Hunter operation would greatly increase the success rate of the operation. It's not that we can't talk about it. The principals of each academy will only participate in important matters or when the danger level is not too high. Take our academy, for example. Principal Lek is the pillar of our academy. Any one of our Transcendent can be in trouble, but not him. If he falls, our academy's strength will fall behind the other academies. Kenny Transcendent answered in a deep voice. When David heard this explanation, he could not help but think of the Lek Transcendent's trip to the Academy base. The reason he came to the Guardian planet was because of the Krypton mine, which was indeed important. Even though the Krypton mine now belonged to Slaw Combat Academy, the First College of Iridia still had some rights to the Krypton mine. In addition, the Lek Transcendent had participated in the operation to kill the Archie Transcendent. The operation was not dangerous at all, so no one would believe that the Archie Transcendent could threaten the Lek Transcendent. Before the insectoid wave, the Lek Transcendent had already returned. Although it was ready to provide support at any time, David finally understood that the Lek Transcendent could only decide whether to provide support after confirming the level of the insectoid wave. This was not because the Lek Transcendent was afraid of death, but because the First College of Iridian needed him. The next morning, David came out of his dormitory and was about to go to the safe zone again to see if he was lucky enough to encounter a level 2 insectoid. Just as he arrived at the gate, he saw dozens of large transport spaceships. These large transport spaceships had military insignia, and from the paint on their outer shells, it was obvious that they were military transport spaceships. At this time, dozens of large transport spaceships were slowly descending, and a loud noise enveloped the entire base. David saw Green standing outside the base, looking at the sky, and walked over. "President Green, what's going on?" David pointed at the large transport spaceships and asked. "Master David, don't call me President. Just call me by my name." Green quickly waved his hand and explained with a smile, "These are defensive missiles that the Academy bought from the military. I just don't know why there are so many of them this time." Every time the Academy base bought defensive missiles, there was a fixed number of them. The First College of Iridia's recent increase in income was good, but it did not mean that money could buy defensive missiles without limit. David looked at the scale. Dozens of large transport spaceships. How many defensive missiles were there? "Looks like we don't have to worry about the safety of the base," David said with a smile. He also saw the expressions of the students beside him, and it showed that everyone had the same idea as him. As long as there were enough defensive missiles, even a level 3 insectoid could be repelled or even killed. Yes, today the Academy let us, the Student Council, be responsible for the storage of these defensive missiles. Green's face flashed with a proud expression. However, he quickly hid his expression. Although he was the president of the Student Council, he clearly remembered how he became the president of the Student Council. "Then I'll leave you to it. I'll take a look," David said with a smile. This batch of defensive missiles should be prepared by the Academy for the three Transcendent to participate in the Hunting King operation later. The previous insectoid tide consumed a lot of defensive missiles, but this time it was completely replenished and increased by a lot. David walked while watching the military transport spaceships unload boxes containing defensive missiles onto the transport hovering vehicles. The students of the Student Council then moved the defensive missiles to the ammunition depot. The whole base was busy. This batch of defensive missiles came just in time. Just as David was walking, he saw the Transcendent Kenny come down from a large transport spaceship with a smile and said to David, "The Academy must have spent a lot of money this time, right?" David asked with a smile. This time I went to General Froud to buy defensive missiles. He was very generous and directly gave me a 40% discount. I couldn't disappoint his good intentions and directly bought 5,000 of them. You didn't see his face at that time, Transcendent Kenny said with a proud smile. Buying so many at once, and General Froud was still willing to sell them? David asked with some confusion. Isn't the Hunting King operation about to begin? If the military wants to lead, then let them lead. However, they have to pay a price. Transcendent Kenny said with a smile in his eyes. David immediately understood. This batch of defensive missiles was taking advantage of the Hunting King operation. Whether it was the quantity or the price, the military was bleeding. Of course, the military would never lose money. It was just a matter of how much profit these defensive missiles would make. Let's go and have a seat. I have something good for you. Transcendent Kenny invited with a smile. David's curiosity was aroused, and he followed Kenny Transcendent to his office. Transcendent Kenny personally poured a glass of water for David, and then the two sat face to face on the sofa. David and Transcendent Kenny had already become good friends after spending some time together. The experience of fighting together had eliminated the distance between the students and the school leaders. What's the good stuff? David took a sip of water and asked after putting down the glass. Take a look. Transcendent Kenny took out a box from his space wrist guard and handed it over. David took the box and roughly determined what it was because this box was the military's bullet box. Opening the bullet box, two neat rows of sniper bullets were revealed. All of them were super large caliber sniper bullets, shining with green light. There were a total of 12 of them. Did the school buy this? David looked at the grade 3 sniper bullets in his hand and asked curiously. It was no wonder that David felt strange. The first college of Iridia's rule was that all materials needed to be exchanged with points. Even Transcendent needed to exchange for resources from the school. Grade 3 sniper bullets were very expensive. They were not the same as the Grade 3 sniper bullets used in Gaussian cannons. Those were resources prepared to deal with the Zerg tide and were meant for public use. However, this super large caliber Grade 3 sniper bullet was for David's personal use. The school has no way of buying such expensive sniper bullets for your personal use. I asked for this box of Grade 3 sniper bullets from General Froud. Our school has sent out 3 Transcendent students, and we also need a sniper master like you to participate in this operation. Of course, they have to pay a price. We can't have a sniper master like you pay for the bullets. Transcendent Kenny revealed a smug expression once more. It was very easy to ask for benefits from meeting Transcendent Froud in private, especially since David's role was clearly very important. Unless Transcendent Froud could transfer a sniper master from Warstar. However, everyone knew that there were very few sniper masters, and it was impossible for Warstar to transfer a sniper master to the Guardian planet. It was precisely because of this that Kenny Transcendent could raise harsh conditions. In the end, after the two sides negotiated, the military provided these 12 super large caliber Grade 3 sniper bullets. Thank you. David sincerely expressed his gratitude. There's no need. I'm just doing it in passing. Actually, even if I didn't ask for it, General Froud would have prepared it for you before the operation. Transcendent Kenny smiled modestly. I know that even if General Froud gave me some sniper bullets before the operation, he wouldn't have given me so many at once. David naturally understood the difference between the two. General Froud is actually too stingy. I was about to ask him if he had a higher grade super large caliber sniper rifle, but he told me that the one you have is already the best. Transcendent Kenny nodded in agreement with David's words. However, when David heard this, his expression became somewhat unnatural. The custom super large caliber sniper rifle in his hand was a real sniper rifle used by a military sniper master, and he had obtained it from Sniper Master Dart. Considering how many life-saving items Sniper Master Dart had on him, one could imagine how highly regarded he was in the military. How could the sniper rifle he used be an ordinary one? Although David had removed the military insignia from the surface of the sniper rifle and made some minor adjustments to the surface of the rifle, one could still tell that it had come from the military. Fortunately, David had a wide range of friends. Transcendent Froud had investigated David and discovered that he had a good relationship with Master Macintosh and many other Transcendent members. He was also very close to some major factions, so it was still possible for him to obtain a sniper rifle made by a military sniper master. In addition, with David's current status, Transcendent Froud would not investigate too deeply, and some small problems would not affect David. Thus, the matter of the sniper rifle was only briefly mentioned before being set aside. Chapter 386. The Academy base was busy for the next 2 days. On the night of the second day, Principal Lek arrived at the base through the portal of the Transcendent. He was there to protect the Academy base on behalf of the 3 Transcendent. Although he could not participate in the King Hunter operation due to various reasons, he still came to the Guardian planet to monitor the situation. On the day of departure, David was fully armed. This time, he had a long sword on his back, which was a rare sight. Although there was a scabbard, just by looking at the faint green light on the hilt, one could tell that it was a third-grade longsword. This was something he had intentionally revealed. The mission this time was very dangerous. David didn't want to use a level 2 heavy axe to participate in the Hunting King operation. Although he didn't want to fight the stone-skinned Worm King in close combat, he still needed to prepare for the worst. He did not want to reveal his level 3 heavy axe. To be honest, if it was not for the mission, he would not even want to reveal his level 3 longsword. For an armored soldier, even if he was a very dangerous sniper master, possessing a grade 3 weapon was an act that would arouse the envy of others. Akaji was Akaji, and a sniper master was also Akaji. It would be very easy for the Transcendent to kill him in close combat. Akaji with a level 3 weapon would not be able to compete with the Transcendent. Instead, it was safer and easier to kill Akaji than to fight a level 3 insectoid for level 3 materials. Fortunately, there were not many level 3 materials for a level 3 longsword. With David's current status, some Transcendent might be greedy, but it was not worth the risk of offending the First College of Iridia to steal David's level 3 longsword. Of course, David would have to be more careful in the future. He would have to stay away from the Transcendent with bad intentions. While flying in the air, Kenny and the other 2 Transcendent glanced at the third-grade longsword on David's back without any surprise. Although David had never revealed the existence of a grade 3 longsword, David had clearly recorded that he had killed 3 Transcendent members. It was impossible to say that he had not obtained a grade 3 weapon. As for how to retrieve items from the spatial bracer, David's teacher, Garen, was a Transcendent, and Garen had many Transcendent friends. It was easy to find a Transcendent who could help David retrieve items from the spatial bracer. Kenny Transcendent did not have X-ray vision at the moment. If he could see David's custom-made exoskeleton armor and the decorations on David's wrists and calves, he would be horrified. This was because David had a spatial bracer on each of his wrists and calves. A total of 4 spatial bracers covered David's for limbs. This was the best way to store the spatial bracers that David had found after trying it out. Kenny Transcendent did not expect David to get close to the stone-skinned Worm King, so they did not care about David's longsword mastery level. In their opinion, the level of David's longsword mastery was not important. The rendezvous point was at the top of a mountain. David and the others had arrived a little early. Only the military Transcendent Frud and Transcendent Dwight had arrived. The 2 Transcendent were sitting on 2 folding chairs and chatting. Perhaps only the Transcendent dared to chat leisurely in a place like the Guardian planet where the insectoids were everywhere. Even if David had the stealth ability of a sniper master, he could not guarantee that he would not be ambushed by the insectoids. Transcendent Frud greeted them with a smile. "Sit down and wait. Let's have a drink together." Transcendent Kenny and the others did not stand on ceremony. They each took out a chair from their spatial bracers and sat down. Kenny Transcendent seemed to have prepared a chair for David as well. The 2 military Transcendents' chairs were military folding chairs. The 3 Transcendents' chairs were of different styles and did not look cheap. The chair Kenny prepared for David had a brand on it. David recognized the brand. It was a very famous furniture brand in the Federation. The value of such a chair was equivalent to the value of a luxury hover car. Of course, no one, including David, cared about that. David did not sit down. He took the coffee pot from Transcendent Frud. Transcendent brought their own cups. Kenny Transcendent also prepared one for David. The coffee pot had its own heating function, and the coffee it poured out was steaming hot. In this cold weather, sitting in the wilderness with the insectoids and drinking warm coffee was a different feeling. After pouring coffee for the Transcendent, David picked up his own cup and opened his visor. He did not sit down on the chair. With the weight of the custom-made exoskeleton armor on him, if he did not control it well, the chair would fall apart. Therefore, David didn't sit down and just stood there. At the same time, he also showed his respect to these Transcendents. At this moment, he was very envious of the Transcendent. At least when they were not fighting, they did not need to wear armor. Even if they wore armor, with the ultra-thin characteristics of the Transcendent armor, it would not affect their mobility. The exoskeleton armor was indeed very good in combat, but it was much worse in terms of mobility. Of course, the exoskeleton armor was designed for combat. It would not make concessions just because Kaji could sit on the chair easily. After a while, another Transcendent came. As soon as these Transcendent arrived, they each took out a chair and sat down. They did not need to be called by Transcendent Frud. Because there was an agreement, the Transcendent's point of view was very accurate. When the agreed time arrived, all the Transcendent had arrived. On the top of the mountain, 14 Transcendents sat on 15 chairs. Okay, everyone is here. Everyone, get your individual terrain scanner. Transcendent Frud waited until the agreed time had passed before he stood up and said, on the side, there were 15 boxes neatly placed on the ground. Master David, please help distribute them. Transcendent Frud said to David with a smile. David nodded and distributed the 15 boxes. He opened a box himself. Inside was a multifunctional backpack, but there was an additional device in the backpack. He connected his ID bracelet to the terrain scanner. This way, the moment the terrain scanner discovered something, it would immediately display on his faceplate. Of course, the terrain scanner was not very useful to him. With so many Transcendent moving together, he did not have to worry about the Zerg in the sky and on the ground. The only thing he had to worry about was the attack from underground. At this time, the Shadow Attendant only needed to pay attention to the underground. The range of the Shadow Attendant was much further than the terrain scanner, and it was also much more accurate. Master David, for this operation, don't stray too far from Kenny Transcendent. Before we find the Stoneskin Worm King, Kenny Transcendent's mission is to protect you. Transcendent Frud smiled as he made the arrangements. He looked at David with admiration. He also wanted David to join his army after graduation, but he knew that with David's identity as a sniper master, it was impossible for him to stay in his army and would instead be sent to Warstar. As a Transcendent of the military, Transcendent Frud understood the role of a sniper master better than the Transcendent of the various academies. Sniper masters were present in many of the military's secret operations on Warstar. The cooperation of a sniper master and a Transcendent was already standard for important operations. This was why it was so difficult to invite a sniper master from Warstar. General Frud, I will protect David. Transcendent Kenny did not stand on ceremony and accepted this mission. Aside from the 3 Transcendent from the First College of Iridia, he was not at ease with the other Transcendent taking over David's safety. Don't be fooled by the smiles on these Transcendents' faces. Who knew if these Transcendent would casually get rid of a genius like David for the sake of their college's development? Although this situation was unlikely to happen, even if there was only a sliver of a chance, Transcendent Kenny did not want to take the risk. Please advance in a straight line. Our mission today is to search this area. Transcendent Frud said as he sent a map to everyone's identity bracelets. David also received a map. After opening it on his visor, he saw that it was a map of the gathering that day. However, on today's map, the number of missing scout ships had reached 8, and the search area had doubled. It was impossible to search such a large area in a short amount of time, so the area on the ground was divided into 4 sections. Today's mission was to search each section. The Transcendent put away their chairs. This was the privilege of a transcendent with a spatial bracelet. Otherwise, who would bring a chair into the wilderness? Without much discussion, the transcendent exchanged glances and consciously followed Fred's instructions. They found a transcendent that they were familiar with and formed a line. The 13 transcendent formed a line with a distance of 20 meters between them. This distance just happened to be within the scanning range of the individual scanner, which could scan the entire area without missing anything. Transcendent Kenny protected David and followed behind the 13 transcendent, maintaining the same distance of 20 meters. Armor. Transcendent Fred stood in the middle of the line and said in a deep voice. All the transcendent instantly put on their armor at the same time. The green transcendent armor covered the whole body, protecting the transcendent. David was envious of the transcendent's ability to instantly put on armor. Even if he also had a spatial item, because he had to use it through a shadow attendant, it was far less convenient than controlling it personally. In addition, the exoskeleton armor and the transcendent armor were completely different, so David could only be envious, but he could not do it. Because of the scanning speed of the individual scanner, the transcendent's advance was not fast. David calculated in his mind. According to this speed, it would take about 6 hours to complete today's task of scanning the area. Of course, this was just a plan. With 14 transcendent, it was not impossible to continue the search at night, if possible. After advancing for about half an hour, an armored rockworm came out from behind a huge rock and howled at the transcendent that entered its territory. The intelligence of this armored rockworm was obviously a little low. It was actually threatening so many transcendent. The transcendent looked at each other. None of the transcendent made a move, mainly because they were a little amused by the guts of this level 2 insectoid. Why don't we let Master David practice? I see that Master David has a level 3 longsword on his back. It seems like his close combat ability is not bad. Transcendent Fred suggested with a smile. Yes, let Master David practice. Transcendent Glenn also agreed. David didn't bring a suitable weapon today. There's no need for David to take the risk. Transcendent Kenny looked at the level 3 longsword on David's back and helped him refuse. David usually carried a heavy axe with him when he went out. This time, he brought a grade 3 longsword. Although the longsword was grade 3, if the weapon was not suitable for him, he might as well use a weapon that he was good at. What are you worried about? With us here, Master David won't get hurt. Transcendent Draper also said with a smile. These Transcendent knew that David was a genius, but as a sniper master, David brought a long sword, which surprised these Transcendent. It was possible for a sniper master to practice one type of close combat weapon, but it was completely impossible for him to practice multiple types of close combat weapons. A person's energy was limited. Sniping required a lot of time to practice. It was hard to imagine that he would need to practice another type of close combat weapon. For example, Master Sniper Dart, who David met before, only practiced close combat with a stiletto in order to save energy. A stiletto was not a traditional close combat weapon, but it could achieve unexpected results. This was the goal of a normal sniper master. The second type of weapon a sniper master could use was called a secondary weapon. David had changed his secondary weapon from a heavy axe to a long sword, which naturally made the Transcendent very curious. Thank you, Transcendent, for giving me this opportunity, David said with a smile as he took the level 3 longsword from his back. He believed that as long as he killed this armored rockworm, the Transcendent would not share the loot with him. In David's mind, all the level 2 insectoids he encountered were given to him. That was what he wanted the most. How could he give up this opportunity? Come on, believe in yourself. Transcendent Fred encouraged him. At this moment, David exerted force on his legs and rushed towards the armored rockworm. David's longsword mastery was one of the weaker ones among the many weapons. It was only at 67% perfection. However, this was already close to the advanced level among the master swordsmen. With the absolute advantage of a level 3 longsword, David did not even activate any of his talents. The armored rockworm also saw David rushing towards it. It first let out an angry roar and then charged towards David. Transcendent Fred took 2 steps forward. He exerted force on his legs and was ready to enter the battlefield at any time. He could not let David get hurt in front of him. At the very least, this hunting king operation required David's participation. Just as David was about to collide with the armored rockworm, his body leaned to the side, and then his joints strangely staggered by a large margin, dodging the armored rockworm's attack with its forelimbs. At the same time, the level 3 longsword in his right hand lightly stabbed out. Although his longsword mastery was only at 67% perfection, he had the foresight of a half-step perfect heavy axe mastery. This was something that no other master swordsman with the same level of longsword mastery could achieve. Therefore, when a level 3 longsword stabbed out, the angle and strength were very precise. The longsword accurately pierced into the armored rockworm's open mouth and went straight through its brain. Before the armored rockworm could react, the longsword was pulled back. Chapter 387. After being stabbed in the brain, the armored rockworm instinctively swept its front limbs towards David. However, David was one step faster. When he pulled back his sword, he retreated out of the armored rockworm's attack range. David was very clear about how terrifying his sword was. Although it looked like a stab and a pull back, when he stabbed the armored rockworm's brain, the tip of the rank 3 longsword shook a little. Don't underestimate this shake. The rank 3 longsword was inside the armored rockworm's brain, so the damage caused by the shake was several times more serious than a normal stab wound. If a sword piercing through the brain was considered fatal, then with a slight shake of the sword tip, the armored rockworm would be killed instantly. Therefore, when the armored rockworm's front limbs swept past David's shadow, its body heavily fell to the ground. The shadow attendant easily absorbed the armored rockworm's soul. The transcendent on the scene were a little stunned. It wasn't that David's fighting power scared them. Any transcendent here could easily do what David did. However, David was a sniper master and a heavy axe master. David's heavy axe master was his result when he got into the first college of Iridia. Every transcendent here knew this. However, David had just taken out a rank 2 insectoid with a longsword. This kind of fighting power could be considered one of the best among the Kaji close-range fighters. Master David, did you specially practice your longsword mastery for this rank 3 longsword? The transcendent from Sla Combat College joked. When he saw the rank 3 longsword, every transcendent knew where it came from. It was obviously a transcendent sword. Many people knew that David had killed at least 3 transcendent. However, what the transcendent didn't expect was that his words didn't make the transcendent who knew David laugh. Instead, they showed a strange expression. They had never seen David use a longsword before. Logically speaking, after having such a strong heavy axe mastery, David shouldn't have gone to learn longsword mastery. Therefore, David's current longsword mastery ability was very likely due to what the transcendent said. It was because of this rank 3 longsword that David went to learn longsword mastery. They calculated the time when David first killed the transcendent, which was only a few months ago, which made the transcendent have an unbelievable thought. Let's continue the operation. The military's transcendent interrupted the transcendent conversation. David went up and picked up the armored rockworm on the ground and followed behind the team again. However, he wouldn't keep doing it. He contacted the Academy's base, and his spaceship would be sent over via autopilot. None of the transcendents said anything about David taking the armored rockworm for himself. In front of so many transcendent, none of the transcendent had the nerve to snatch the spoils of war from David, Kaji. Most importantly, if so many transcendent were to share the armored rockworm, the benefits each of them would get wouldn't be enough. It wasn't worth it to become enemies with David. After traveling for another 10 minutes, David's spaceship arrived. He greeted Transcendent Froud and had the spaceship land on the empty ground that had been searched. He put the armored rockworm's corpse into the spaceship and then activated optical stealth and signal shielding for the spaceship. The spaceship then disappeared from the Transcendent site. This looks like Esmond's personal spaceship, right? Anurin Transcendent asked Transcendent Draper softly. Although they didn't belong to the same star field, Anurin Transcendent still recognized the spaceship. He had met Transcendent Esmond before and had seen this personal spaceship before. The Transcendent circle wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. The appearance and disappearance of any Transcendent would have a certain impact in this circle. Transcendent Esmond's death wasn't a secret. At the same time, the fact that he was killed by David with his own hands was spread among the Transcendent circle. But now that he saw this spaceship, Anurin Transcendent confirmed the authenticity of this matter. Try your best to befriend the Sniper Master. At the very least, don't offend him. Transcendent Draper softly said as he looked at the location where the spaceship was hidden. The day's search mission only ended when the sky gradually darkened. David's previous calculations weren't wrong, but he had miscalculated the time when the accident would occur. Today, 3 Level 2 insectoids appeared. Of course, the other 2 were alerted and immediately ran when they discovered that it was a group of Transcendent. David immediately sniped them and sent their corpses back to the spaceship. Today's mission is over. We'll rest here for 4 hours and continue tonight. Transcendent Froud waved his hand and said he wouldn't let the Transcendent go back. The Transcendent's recovery ability was very strong. They only needed to rest for a while to recover their energy. It wasn't easy to organize a hunting team like this. He wanted to continue the Hunting King operation in one go. Of course, Transcendent Froud had another meaning. The insectoids were more active at night. Perhaps the Stoneskin Worm King would appear at night. Of course, they wouldn't all rest. The military's Transcendent Dwight took the initiative to be the sentry for these 4 hours. According to his identity, David should actually be the sentry at night. However, the Transcendent wouldn't be at ease letting David and Kaji guard the night. David, go rest on your spaceship. I'll see if there's anything to eat in your kitchen. Transcendent Kenny said to David with a smile. Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Beecher didn't stand on ceremony. They also followed Kenny Transcendent to the spaceship. They didn't want to stay in the wild for 4 hours, blowing the cold wind and eating nutrient solutions. They just wanted to rest. At least it was more comfortable in the spaceship. Welcome. There should be some ingredients in the refrigerator in the kitchen, David said with a smile as he led the way. Glenn Transcendent saw Kenny Transcendent's actions and said to David with a smile, Master David, don't you welcome us to sit down? Of course. David naturally wouldn't refuse. With Glenn Transcendent taking the lead, the rest of the Transcendent requested to enter the spaceship to rest. Dwight, don't stay outside. Let's go to David's spaceship to rest. This model of spaceship has its own security system. If there's any danger, it will automatically alarm. Transcendent Fred saw all the Transcendent walking to David's spaceship and called out to Dwight Transcendent. After entering the spaceship, David let the Transcendent sit in the hall to rest. David, is there enough food for so many people? Do you want to transfer some to the base? Transcendent Kenny asked softly. Because the spaceship belonged to David, so many Transcendent entering the spaceship were considered guests. The owner naturally had to treat them well. He couldn't let these Transcendent eat nutrient solutions. That would make David seem stingy. No need. There are plenty of ingredients in the spaceship. It's just right for everyone to taste my cooking. David replied with a smile. Master David, I heard it. Let's see how good your cooking is later. Transcendent Fred laughed and said. Everyone present was Transcendent. The hall wasn't big. Even if Transcendent Kenny and David spoke softly, they could still hear it clearly. Transcendent Fred's words made the Transcendent laugh. Master David, don't let the AI butler cook. We can eat it. Transcendent Glenn reminded with a smile. Please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon. David was full of confidence. He walked into the kitchen and closed the door. This was an interstellar spaceship. Although it was small, it had a full range of functions. The kitchen was well equipped. It was a standard multifunctional kitchen. There was an AI butler in the kitchen, but this AI butler wasn't activated. According to David's settings, this AI butler would only be activated at a specified time to clean the entire spaceship. David naturally didn't need the AI butler's help. He opened the freezer. The ingredients inside were left behind by Transcendent Desmond. David hadn't processed them yet. The effects of the freezer were quite good, and the ingredients were still very fresh. David had the shadow servants take out some ingredients from their spatial items and put them in the freezer. That way, it would be enough for these transcendents. Processing ingredients and cooking food. Although there were more ingredients this time, the quality didn't decrease. Instead, it was David's first time cooking for others. He was more attentive when cooking. Transcendent Galton looked at the interior of the spaceship and suggested with a smile, "General Froud, your military should prepare a spaceship like this. It could be used as a camp during operations." Transcendent Froud shook his head and said, "This spaceship is completely designed for escape. I don't have the face to apply for it." No wonder Esmond was short-lived. The more afraid of death, the easier it is to die. As a general of the military, Transcendent Froud looked down on the original owner of this spaceship, Transcendent Esmond. From the fact that a Transcendent was using this kind of spaceship, one could see his personality. Of course, Transcendent Froud didn't say anything. Although the spaceship didn't look big, its construction cost and patents were astronomical. One must know that this spaceship was designed and built by the Bado Energy Company during its heyday for their own transcendent consecrators. The value of the spaceship was nothing to the wealthy Bado Energy Company, but to the military, where every expense had to be reported. Such a spaceship could not be successfully applied for unless it was Transcendent Faird's personal ride. Transcendent Froud couldn't apply for such a spaceship either. As he said, he couldn't afford to lose face. If he dared to apply for such a spaceship in the military's reputation would make him unable to raise his head. Transcendent Kenny Froud said with a smile, "Galton, you can build one yourself. Next time, let us bask in your glory." Transcendent Galton helplessly shook his head and said, "Kenny, General Froud already said so. How can we have the nerve to build such a spaceship?" Transcendent Amlin took a nutrient solution from his spatial wrist and poured it into his mouth. "I'm starving. I'll have to eat some nutrient solution first. You let Master David cook it himself. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a long time." Transcendent's nutrient solution wasn't tasteless like ordinary nutrient solutions. These were all high-end products, specially produced according to Transcendent's taste. Just as Amlin Transcendent finished speaking, the kitchen door opened and the AI butler came in with the dishes. Transcendent Froud's sense of smell was more sensitive than ordinary people. When the dishes entered the hall, they smelled the refreshing aroma of the food. Especially after a busy day, the Transcendent Froud was unbearably hungry. When they smelled the aroma, they felt even more hungry. Several gulping sounds could be heard in the quiet hall, followed by the laughter of the Transcendent Froud, making the hall lively again. Transcendent Froud praised sincerely, "I told you Master David is a genius. Even his cooking is so good." Transcendent Froud said, "Just this aroma alone makes me believe that this dinner is definitely a top-notch delicacy." 14 Transcendent Froud's dishes naturally couldn't be served at once. This time, the AI butler only served 2 dishes. When these 2 dishes were placed in front of the 2 Transcendent Froud, the other Transcendent Froud felt envious. However, who knew that the 2 Transcendent Froud could smell the top-notch delicacies but couldn't eat first? They had to wait for the other Transcendent Froud to eat together. Naturally, they had to endure the pain and maintain their dignity. They couldn't swallow their saliva. At this time, the 2 Transcendent Froud had the thought of giving up the food to the other Transcendent Froud, but they couldn't bear to do so. Fortunately, the AI butler delivered the food quickly. In a short while, all the Transcendent Froud had distributed the dishes. David walked into the hall at this time and said with a smile, "I'm sorry. Because the conditions here are a little crude and the ingredients are not complete, the taste is a little unsatisfactory. Please forgive me. Master David, let's not talk about other things. We're all hungry. Let's start." Transcendent Froud interrupted David's action of wanting to speak and said in a deep voice, if they still didn't eat, he believed that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from swallowing his saliva. In order to not lose face, he immediately decided to impolitely interrupt David's speech as the host. "All right, let's eat then." David saw that the transcendent Froud had the same thought in their eyes and quickly said. In an instant, the hall immediately quieted down. Only the sound of knives and forks clashing could be heard from time to time. After a full 10 minutes, the transcendent Froud stuffed the last bit of food into their mouths. Only then did they let out a collective sigh of relief. "Master David, this is the most delicious dinner I've ever had. You've made me redefine the meaning of food." Transcendent Froud wiped his mouth and said with a smile, "Master David's master title, in addition to Master Sniper, Master Heavy Axe, and Master Longsword, should also be Master Cooking." Transcendent Galen continued to praise. "I've eaten a lot of food made by Master Cooking, but compared to Master David's cooking, it's still a little lacking." Transcendent Galton shook his head and said. Only Transcendent Anurin had a helpless expression on his face. Although the dinner was delicious, he had just taken a bottle of nutrient solution and did not feel hungry at all. Tasting David's dinner with a full stomach, although it was also incomparably delicious, it lost the pleasure of the body. This kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable for the Transcendent Froud, who had sensitive senses. A dinner instantly brought the relationship between David and the Transcendent Froud closer. Chapter 388. The night on the Guardian planet was very dark. Everyone, including David, did not turn on any light source. David and Kenny were still at the back of the Transcendent. The Transcendent in front of them were even more cautious than during the day. They were moving at a slower pace. David controlled the shadow attendant to travel underground. He did not dare to leave his safety in the hands of others, even if they were all-powerful Transcendent. Suddenly, he felt Whitey move in his arms. Whitey's body was trembling as if it had encountered something terrifying. David's heart skipped a beat. He quickly comforted Whitey with his mind and asked it where the danger was coming from. After being comforted by David, Whitey's fear lessened a little. It pointed out that the terrifying aura came from the left. David quickly recalled the shadow attendant from underground and flew up into the sky to look to the left. The shadow attendant checked a few times but found nothing out of the ordinary. However, he knew that Whitey would not be scared for no reason. After all, Whitey was a transcendent creature. It had never been this scared, even when it encountered a normal level 2 insectoid. Whitey wiggled in his arms again and told him that the danger had left. As the danger was gone, Whitey returned to normal. "Whitey, where did that aura come from?" David asked with his mind. As soon as he asked the question, Whitey became nervous again. Fortunately, the danger was gone. After calming down, Whitey sent an image to David. David was shocked when he saw the image. It was the Stoneskin Worm King that they were looking for. In other words, the Stoneskin Worm King had been observing the hunting team, but did not attack them. This meant that the Stoneskin Worm King's intelligence was far beyond the previous estimation. It gave David goosebumps. He wanted to tell the Transcendent Kenny beside him. However, if he did, he would let the other Transcendent know about Whitey's ability. The consequences would be very troublesome. David decided not to say anything. He focused his attention, and the shadow attendant returned underground to patrol the area. However, for the rest of the night, not a single Zerg appeared. It was as if all the Zergs had disappeared. The Transcendent did not relax just because they did not encounter any insectoids. Instead, they became even more cautious. This was the Guardian planet, after all. To not encounter a single insectoid in the wild for an entire night was just too bizarre. If they could encounter 3 level 2 insectoids during the day, how could they not even encounter one at night? Under normal circumstances, the insectoids would be most active at night. It was daybreak, and the search of the second area was over. "Everyone, let's take a break. Let's discuss our next move." Transcendent Frud raised his hand and said loudly. This time, none of the Transcendent mentioned David's spaceship. The tense atmosphere made them unable to relax. Something is very wrong. It's too quiet at night. Transcendent Glenn said in a deep voice. Indeed, we did not see any insectoids for an entire night. Transcendent Galton nodded in agreement. General Frudd, can we request for air support and send a scout ship to help us observe the surroundings from the sky? Transcendent Annalyn asked. That's impossible. Once we send out air support, it's very likely that the stone-skinned Worm King will think that we're a trap and won't dare to appear. Our intelligence personnel believe that the stone-skinned Worm King has this kind of judgment. Transcendent Frudd rejected this proposal. Could it be that we are just scaring ourselves? Maybe with so many Transcendent together, the insectoids will be able to detect us from afar and avoid us. Transcendent Draper said casually. The Transcendent participating in the search were all trying their best to hide their Transcendent presence. It was hard to explain why the insectoids were scared away by their presence. Only when they saw the Transcendent, through the images of the Transcendent armor in the insectoids' inherited memories, would the insectoids be scared. David could not help but shake his head. He knew the truth, but he could not say it out loud. Speed up during the day and stop searching at night. Transcendent Frudd thought for a moment and said. They did not rest for long this time. Because they were in a tense state, the Transcendent did not ask David to help prepare breakfast. They all took out their nutrient solution and hurriedly drank it before immediately continuing their search. The situation during the day became normal again. In the morning, they encountered 2 level 1 insectoids, which were killed by David. At noon, the Transcendent also relaxed. Most of them thought that the situation last night was a coincidence. Master David, can I trouble you to help prepare lunch? Transcendent Frudd asked in a negotiating tone. His request made all the Transcendent happy, and they all agreed. Transcendent Frudd asked David to help prepare lunch. On the one hand, David's dishes were really too delicious. On the other hand, since last night, all the Transcendent spirits were high. He wanted to use lunch to ease the mood of the Transcendent. No problem. I'll go prepare it now. David nodded. He was under the protection of the Transcendent, so it was only right for him to do what he could at this time. He turned to Transcendent Kenny and said, I'll have to trouble Transcendent Kenny to come with me. Transcendent Kenny was obviously stunned. He did not expect David to ask him to come because he did not know how to cook at all. However, although he did not understand what David meant, his relationship with David meant that he would not refuse. David returned to the spaceship. This time, he brought the spaceship with him. Every once in a while, the spaceship would automatically take off and follow the footsteps of the entire hunting team. It would keep a relatively safe distance from the hunting team. If something happened, the hunting team would be able to support them at any time. When Transcendent Frudd proposed a rest, the spaceship had already stopped not far behind the team. Transcendent Kenny, I have something to report to you. David waited for Transcendent Kenny to enter the spaceship and immediately said, I knew you had something to say. Tell me what happened. Transcendent Kenny said with a smile. He was not surprised. Last night, Little White discovered the Stone-Skin Worm King. I didn't want to expose Little White's ability, so I didn't say it on the spot. David told what happened last night. Is Little White sure? Isn't it afraid of the Stone-Skin Worm King? Transcendent Kenny's expression changed as he asked. Actually, I didn't tell you that Xiao Bai and I have met the Stone-Skin Worm King once, so Xiao Bai has a very deep impression of the Stone-Skin Worm King. There's no way Xiao Bai would mistake it for the Stone-Skinned Worm King. David said after hesitating for a while. Transcendent Archie's injury was not a coincidence, right? Even Transcendent Esmond's injury before he was killed by you is not a coincidence either, right? Transcendent Kenny asked with a clear expression. In fact, he also had some guesses. 2 Transcendent and 6 students Kaji were ambushing David, but they were besieged by the Stone-Skin Worm group. After that, 2 Transcendent escaped while the rest of the students Kaji were all killed. Transcendent Kenny knew that the target of the ambush was David, so he had some guesses in his heart. However, after knowing how powerful the Stone-Skin Worm King was, he was not sure if it was David who did it. With how powerful the Stone-Skin Worm King was, it was too risky for David to lure the Stone-Skin Worm group out. Now that he heard David's words, he was 100% sure that it was David who lured the Stone-Skin Worm group out. David did not answer Kenny Transcendent's question. Instead, he changed the topic and said worriedly, The Stone-Skin Worm King has noticed us a long time ago, but it hasn't attacked us yet. I'll tell Dunbar and Beecher about this. The three of us will be extra careful and alert everyone as soon as we find out anything. It shouldn't be a big deal, Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice. He was very confident in this hunting team made up of 14 Transcendent members. The Stoneskin Worm King was just right for them to spy on them from the side. When the Stoneskin Worm King appeared, they would kill it immediately. All the Transcendent members were satisfied with their lunch. The search in the afternoon progressed even more smoothly. Let's finish searching the valley in front of us today and take a rest. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Transcendent Fred announced loudly as he looked at the valley in front of them. The valley in front of them was not that big. They could finish searching in at most 10 minutes. The Transcendent members were relieved. Just as David followed the Transcendent members into the valley, Whitey in his arms trembled again. This time, it trembled even more violently. Without any hesitation, David gently pulled Kenny Transcendent. Transcendent Kenny stopped and looked at David. David pointed at his arms. Transcendent Kenny immediately understood what David meant. He pointed at the valley with a questioning look. David nodded. "Everyone stop," Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice. His words made the Transcendent members stop moving forward and turn to look at him. "Kenny, what's the matter?" Transcendent Fred looked at Kenny Transcendent strangely and asked. He arranged for Kenny Transcendent to be at the back. This was an easy and safe job. At this time, Kenny Transcendent suddenly asked the team to stop. He couldn't help but be surprised. "I feel danger ahead," Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice. As soon as he said that, Transcendent Dunbar and Transcendent Beecher flashed to his side without any hesitation. With a shake of their hands, level 3 grade weapons appeared in their hands. "Kenny, how do you know there's danger ahead when you're behind us?" Transcendent Anurin asked before Transcendent Fred could speak. "General Fred, call for a missile bombardment and try to bombard the valley ahead." Transcendent Kenny ignored Transcendent Anurin and said to Transcendent Fred. The missile bombardment mentioned by Transcendent Kenny referred to an offensive missile attack. Unlike ordinary defensive missiles, offensive missiles were the military's long-range attack weapons. They needed a clear target to fire. Offensive missiles had their own navigation and target comparison system. They could actively avoid non-mission targets and choose the right target. Moreover, the warhead of an offensive missile could carry a variety of explosives. Of course, due to the Federation's environmental protection requirements, the power of the commonly used offensive missiles was limited to killing Level 2 Zergs and seriously injuring Level 3 Zergs. Powerful offensive missiles could only be used in space. They were too destructive to the ground and were banned by the Federation. "Kenny, you're too cowardly. This valley is only so big. Even if there are Zergs, we can easily deal with them." Transcendent Anurin interjected again. "Kenny, tell me clearly, how did you find out? I can apply for a missile bombardment, but I need a reason." Transcendent Fred asked at this time. "General Fred, I have my secrets, but I hope you can accept my request." Transcendent Kenny naturally would not reveal David's situation. He could only say in a deep voice. Transcendent Glenn glanced at Transcendent Kenny and then glanced at David behind Kenny Transcendent. He seemed to understand something. He turned back and gestured to the 2 Transcendent from his school. Then the 3 Transcendent walked to the side of Kenny Transcendent. This meant that they stood on the side of Kenny Transcendent and agreed with Kenny Transcendent's approach. "Okay, I'll apply for a missile bombardment, but it will take some time." Transcendent Fred nodded helplessly. 6 Transcendent agreed. This was almost half of the Transcendent in this operation. He could only accept the opinion of Kenny Transcendent. Transcendent Fred walked to the side and began to contact the nearest base 6. Transcendent Amlin looked at the 6 Transcendent from Cater Academy and the First College of Iridia with disdain on his face. Cater Academy suffered heavy losses due to the insect tide. The reconstruction work even affected the construction of their base at Slaw Combat Academy. This made Transcendent Amlin Transcendent dissatisfied. In addition, he had always looked down on these academies that occupied a lot of resources but were not as developed as them. Although the first college of Iridia found a kryptonite mine for Slaw Combat Academy, Slaw Combat Academy allocated the rights of the base to the first college of Iridia. This made Transcendent and Lynn Transcendent dissatisfied. You said the valley ahead is dangerous. I'll let you see if it's dangerous. Transcendent and Lynn Transcendent said with a cold smile. Transcendent and Lynn Transcendent then walked towards the valley. And Lynn, come back. Transcendent Draper, the leader of Slaw Combat Academy, shouted. No problem, I'll be right back. Transcendent Anlin waved his hand and said with a smile. Transcendent Anlin wasn't an idiot. He had also experienced many years of battle. He had even fought Warstar for decades. He didn't believe in Kenny Transcendent's judgment because he believed in his own sense of danger. This ability had allowed him to escape death many times. Kenny Transcendent Anlin had always been hiding behind them. How could he have discovered the danger in the valley before him? Transcendent Anlin wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances, but this was a joint operation of all the Transcendent in the area. He needed to use this matter to strengthen Slaw Combat Academy's influence in the area. Slaw Combat Academy had entered the Guardian planet and built a base there. However, they were the latecomers, and the kryptonite mine was allocated by the Ministry of Education, so they were naturally inferior. Transcendent Anlin was a person who valued honor. He thought a small action like this could strengthen Slaw Combat Academy's presence and suppress the first college of Iridia and Cater Academy. It was a very worthwhile thing. It didn't matter even if he offended the sixth Transcendent Anlin because of this. After all, it was only a personal conflict between him and the sixth Transcendent Anlin. It was worth it for the sake of the Academy's honor. Chapter 389. When Anurin Transcendent rushed out, David immediately took out a custom-made, large-caliber sniper rifle from his back and fixed it on the ground. Transcendent Frud was also attracted by Anurin Transcendent's impulsive actions. When he saw David's actions, his eyes flashed with admiration. This was what a sniper master in a hunting team should do. In any danger, a sniper master would provide long-range support to his companions. Transcendent Draper didn't manage to persuade Anurin Transcendent. He couldn't help but stomp on the ground and chase after them. Of course, he couldn't let Anurin Transcendent take the risk alone. He was different from Anurin Transcendent. He didn't believe that Kenny Transcendent would request for a missile bombardment without any assurance. The other Slaw Combat Academy student, Kaji, didn't hesitate and followed. Just as Transcendent Anurin stepped into the valley, his personal terrain scanner sounded an alarm. There was an abnormality in the ground under his feet. Transcendent Anurin was shocked. He thought of Kenny Transcendent's warning. So there really were Zergs here. He now had two choices. One was to retreat, and the other was to fly. Retreat. Behind him were two Transcendent from his academy. If there was any danger, he would bring the danger to these two Transcendent. Therefore, he made a decision in an instant. Transcendent Anurin's figure flew into the air. At this moment, more than 10 holes appeared in the ground. What appeared wasn't the Stoneskin Worm King, but more than 10 level 2 Zergs called Ghost Face Spiders. It was very rare for a group of Ghost Face Spiders to appear at the same time. This was because Ghost Face Spiders usually lived alone. Ghost Face Spider silk was a very expensive material for making clothes. At the same time, this silk was also an extremely dangerous offensive weapon. The untreated Ghost Face Spider's silk was extremely tough and sticky, and it was very difficult to get rid of it after being touched. When the Transcendent discovered that a dozen Ghost Face Spiders had appeared at the same time, he was also shocked. Rank 2 insectoids weren't much of a threat to the Transcendent, but the Ghost Face Spiders were a bit special among the Rank 2 insectoids. They were a type of Rank 2 insectoid that used control as an attack method. Even the Anurin Transcendent wouldn't be able to escape in a short period of time if they were entangled by the Ghost Face Spider. The Ghost Face Spider spat out a thread towards the Anurin Transcendent that had just risen into the air. The thread turned into a spider web in the air. The threads of more than 10 Ghost Face Spiders completely surrounded the Anurin Transcendent in the air. No matter how fast the Transcendent was, it couldn't completely dodge. In the distance, David wanted to snipe the ghost-faced spider, but its body was hidden in the hole and only its mouth part was exposed. This made it so that David couldn't give it a fatal blow. While he was hesitating, the Anurin Transcendent was already entangled by the spider web and fell from the sky. Anurin, the Transcendent Draper, yelled and was about to rush forward with the other Transcendent. At the same time, the terrain scanner on their bodies sounded the alarm again. Then, as the ground moved, the Stoneskin Worm King jumped out of the ground and was about to spit out that terrifying, petrifying gas towards the Anurin Transcendent. The Transcendent Draper wanted to help, but found that the Stoneskin Worm King's tail was whipping towards the two Transcendent. Just as the Stoneskin Worm King was about to petrify the Anurin Transcendent, a large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet flew over and hit the Stoneskin Worm King's head. The huge impact made the Stoneskin Worm King's head tilt to one side, and the direction of the petrifying gas in its mouth deviated. However, although the gray gas was deviated, it quickly expanded as it was spat out, and a bit of it touched the Anurin Transcendent's left leg. Seeing this, the Transcendent Draper used its body to take the Stoneskin Worm King's tail attack. Taking advantage of the momentum, it rushed towards the Anurin Transcendent and grabbed the Anurin Transcendent, who was entangled by the spider web. Due to the inertia, it left the Stoneskin Worm King's side. David saw that the sniper bullet had accurately hit the Stoneskin Worm King's head and couldn't help but feel happy. With his battle experience, as long as an insect's head was hit, there was almost no chance for it to survive. However, something unexpected happened. The grade 3 sniper bullet that was stuck in the Stone-Skinned Worm King's head was slowly squeezed out as the muscles and skin on the Stone-Skinned Worm King's head wriggled. After that, the wound on the Stone-Skinned Worm King's head healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Stone-Skinned Worm King's eyes met with David's. Although there was a helmet between them, David could clearly feel the anger in the Stone-Skinned Worm King's eyes. The Stone-Skinned Worm King didn't chase after the Transcendent Draper and Anurin Transcendent, nor did it look for David for revenge. Instead, it turned around and jumped back into the cave. The 3 Transcendent of Slaw Combat Academy returned to the outside of the valley. Anurin Transcendent's leg was injured, and the Transcendent Draper was hit in the back and was also injured quite badly. Anurin, if you act so impulsively again, I'll ask the principal to let you return to the academy. The Transcendent Draper roared. 2 of the Transcendent Draper's bones were broken, and his face under the Transcendent's helmet was extremely pale. The Transcendent Draper was afraid. He was afraid that the academy would lose several Transcendent Draper before the academy's base was even built. If that happened, the academy wouldn't be able to keep the base. If Slaw Combat Academy lost a Transcendent Draper, the Ministry of Education would definitely take back the base and transfer it to a more suitable academy. Draper, go to David's spaceship for treatment first, the Transcendent Kenny advised. The Transcendent Draper waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. He then took out a high-temperature flaming knife and cut off the spider silk on Anurin Transcendent's body. He then slapped the Transcendent's Transcendent armor, and the Transcendent's injured leg was exposed. The Transcendent Draper's actions were very rough. He tore the clothes on his leg and exposed the wound. Because he risked his life to save Anurin Transcendent in time, the petrified part of his leg wasn't that big. If the Transcendent Draper had been a little slower, this leg would have been crippled. Endure it, the Transcendent Draper said to Anurin Transcendent. He switched to a small knife and dug out the petrified part. He then poured some medicine on it and wrapped it with bandages. The Transcendent Anurin didn't make a sound during the entire process. He just gritted his teeth and endured it with sweat all over his body. The leg is fine. Follow me to the gene therapy cabin for treatment later. The Transcendent Draper said with a sigh of relief. Draper, thank you. The Transcendent Anurin said in a deep voice. What are you thanking me for? You should thank Master David. If it wasn't for his shot, I would be holding your corpse in my hands right now. The Transcendent Draper said with a glare. David also put away his custom-made sniper rifle, but his expression wasn't good. Master David, Thank you for saving my life. The transcendent Anurin was very direct. He thanked David loudly. This is what I should do. David was stunned at first, but he immediately reacted and said, I will repay you. The transcendent Anurin continued. In the distant sky, 30 red dots quickly flew over. The attack missiles are coming. First, use the bombing to clear the valley. Then we will fight the Stoneskin Worm King. The transcendent Anurin reminded. The attack missiles were extremely fast. They were still in the sky a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were already falling down. Moreover, their accuracy was very high. They were completely targeting the demonic face spider's cave and the stone-skinned Worm King's cave. Flames rose in the valley, and the sound of explosions was endless. The flames turned the entire valley red, and the explosions also raised dust. I'm afraid this explosion can't kill the Stoneskin Worm King, David said in a deep voice. Of course it can't kill the Stoneskin Worm King. The power of these attack missiles is limited. They can't kill a rank 3 insect. The transcendent Anurin explained. What I mean is that the Stoneskin Worm King's defense and recovery are too strong. I'm afraid the attack missiles can't even seriously injure it. David shook his head and said, Just now, the rank 3 sniper bullet couldn't even penetrate the Stoneskin Worm King's head. This made David question the power of the large caliber sniper rifle. But he didn't know that the Stoneskin Worm King was affected by the incubating crystal and had undergone many mutations. Because of its own characteristics, it specialized in defense and recovery. The Stoneskin Worm King was a powerful rank 3 insect, but its real attack was only petrifying gas. The rest was reflected in its defense and recovery. For a normal insect, a brain injury was fatal. But for the Stoneskin Worm King, as long as the injury wasn't serious, it could recover with some time. When David's rank 3 sniper bullet pierced through the stone-skinned Worm King's skin, its penetrative power was greatly reduced. When it pierced through the stone-skinned Worm King's skull, most of its attack power was consumed. So the Stoneskin Worm King's brain injury was very light. David was also shocked by the Stoneskin Worm King's quick recovery ability, so he didn't continue to attack. In fact, the Stoneskin Worm King had only recovered on the surface. The internal injury of the Stoneskin Worm King still needed time to recover. I saw the sniper attack just now. If we can delay the Stoneskin Worm King for a while, giving you enough time to snipe, do you have the confidence to kill it? The transcendent Anurin asked David. Of course, no matter how strong the Stoneskin Worm King is, as long as I have enough time to snipe it, it will definitely die. Although David was shocked by the stone-skinned Worm King's defense and recovery speed, he believed that as long as he kept sniping, he could still kill it. Transcendent Frud nodded and looked at the valley. The explosion in the valley had ended, and the dust had dispersed with the wind. Kenny, take care of David and the 2 wounded. The rest of you, follow me. Transcendent Frowd commanded loudly. David hesitated for a moment and did not insist on going in. He believed that the Stoneskin Worm King was not dead. At most, there were only a few level 2 insectoid souls left. It was not worth the risk of being attacked by the Stoneskin Worm King for a few level 2 insectoid souls. Moreover, because of the sniping just now, David could clearly feel the Stoneskin Worm King's hatred towards him. He believed that if he was with a group of Transcendent, the Stoneskin Worm King would target him first. He once again set up his custom-made, super large caliber sniper rifle to cover the Transcendent's movements. From the sniper scope, David saw the situation in the valley. The ground had been blasted open by the explosion, revealing an underground cave. He recalled the knowledge he had learned from books. This kind of cave that extended in all directions was the typical cave of the ghastly spiders. In other words, this valley was originally the nest of the ghastly spiders. The Stoneskin Worm King was only using the environment here. Thinking about the scene of the dozen ghastly spiders spitting out spider silk at the same time, if the Transcendent had entered the valley without knowing, perhaps half of the Transcendent would have fallen into the trap. This was a trap set up by the Stoneskin Worm King. The 11 Transcendent searched the valley and then made a gesture to inform them that there was no danger. The Stoneskin Worm King is gone, and the ghastly spiders are all dead, Transcendent Frud said through the channel. The Stoneskin Worm King's intelligence is almost the same as a human's. It could set up such a trap. Transcendent Glenn exclaimed as he looked at the exposed cave. Luckily, Kenny sensed the danger in advance, or else we would all be in trouble. Transcendent Galton continued. Volgo Academy did not stand on Kenny's side at the time, but they did not say anything either. Transcendent Galton's statement was to thank Kenny Transcendent. The Stoneskin Worm King is so smart, the chances of it dropping a transcendent weapon material is even higher. Transcendent Glenn said excitedly. David put away his custom-made large-caliber sniper rifle, carried it on his back, and ran towards the valley. When he arrived at the cave, the shadow attendant did not absorb any souls, but he saw the ghastly spider's limbs on the ground after the explosion. The souls must have dissipated after the retention time expired. Disappointed, David looked at the cave again. The cave was not deep, and the explosion had almost opened the entire cave. Master David, Draper, and Anurin will be treated on your spaceship. The military will pay for the relevant expenses. Transcendent Frud requested from David. No problem, it's not much, so there's no need. David replied with a smile. At this time, the shadow attendant had already searched back and forth 40 meters underground several times, but he only found a hidden 30 meters underground passage. The Stoneskin Worm King was not in the passage, so it must have left the valley through this passage. David's spaceship had a genetic repair cabin, and the damaged cabin cover had been repaired long ago. The spaceship had its own repair robot, and as long as some materials were provided, the repair robot could repair the spaceship. Of course, David himself was also a master spaceship mechanic, so he could easily solve any problem. Chapter 390. The Transcendent did not continue the search at night. They split into two groups to rest. In fact, their rest time was very short. They only spent an hour to recover their energy and then continued to stay alert. Because they knew that the Stoneskin Worm King had discovered their hunting team, the rest at night was the perfect bait to attract the Stoneskin Worm King. Only the Transcendent David, Kenny, and the two injured Transcendent stayed in the spaceship. The two injured Transcendent entered the genetic repair cabin to treat their injuries during the day. Transcendent Dwight walked to Transcendent Frud, patted him lightly, and then made a gesture. The two military Transcendent walked to the side. This distance was just enough for the other Transcendent to not hear their conversation. I didn't expect the Stoneskin Worm King to be so smart. Do we need to report it and ask the War Star to send someone to deal with it? Transcendent Dwight asked hesitantly. He saw the power of the Stoneskin Worm King today, especially the instant recovery of the damage caused by David's third-grade sniper bullet. This gave him a new understanding of the Stoneskin Worm King's true strength. Currently, the hunting team was fighting the Stoneskin Worm King head-on. Victory was certain, but would the cunning Stoneskin Worm King give them a chance to fight head-on? Today's trap was discovered by Transcendent Kenny in advance. If it was not discovered in advance, the hunting team would have lost members. After reporting it, not to mention the credit, even the treasure carried by the Stoneskin Worm King has nothing to do with us. That treasure is enough for us to advance further. Are you willing to guard this desolate planet for the rest of your life? Transcendent Frud asked in a deep voice. The importance of the pregnant crystal was needless to say. If this credit was given to someone else, Transcendent Frud would regret it forever. At the level of Transcendent Frud, it was almost impossible for him to advance further in the rank of Major General. However, as long as he could obtain the pregnancy crystal, given how important this treasure was, he would definitely be able to raise his and Dwight's military rank in Transcendent. Although Transcendent Frud was the military representative of the Guardian planet, it was only a mediator. There were many Academy bases on the Guardian planet, and each of them had their own Transcendent station there. This made his position as the Transcendent of the military very awkward. In particular, These academies were not to be trifled with. They had extremely strong connections and resources. Frud Transcendent had no management authority over the Academy base. Being the Transcendent protector of the Guardian Planet was not a good position. Being promoted and leaving was his greatest wish. The Transcendent Dwight stopped mentioning the report and said with some doubts, "The Stoneskin Worm King might have discovered us a long time ago. Otherwise, this trap would have been too coincidental." The Transcendent Frud sneered. That should be the case. However, the Stoneskin Worm King's first trap failed, and it lost the initiative. Now that we are prepared, it won't have the chance to ambush us again. This is a war between us and the Stoneskin Worm King. Let's see who is smarter. David sat in the pilot's seat of the spaceship. He was watching the conversation between the two military Transcendent on the screen. Perhaps the two military Transcendent thought that no one could eavesdrop on their private conversation. Although this spaceship had no combat power, it was extremely advanced in terms of scanning and monitoring. David shook his head. He could not say that the two military Transcendent were wrong, but they risked the lives of so many Transcendent just for their own promotion. This made him a little unhappy. However, this had nothing to do with him. His words carried little weight. Besides, he did not want to offend the two military Transcendent. It must be known that according to the rules of the Interstellar Federation, David had to enter the military. He did not want to make enemies with the military Transcendent before entering the military. David was about to turn off the screen when he saw a red alert appear on the screen. This was because he was sitting in front of the screen. If he was not sitting here, this alert would have been sent directly to his identity bracelet to inform him. Clicking on the red alert, a map of the area was displayed. There were many red dots gathering around their position. Just as David was about to send a warning to the other Transcendent, he received a reminder from the Transcendent Frud on his identity bracelet. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. Master David, the two Transcendent Draper and Anurin are receiving treatment. The spaceship will immediately take off. If it is attacked, immediately return and leave. The voice of the Transcendent Frud sounded. Roger, David replied in a deep voice. David turned to look at the Transcendent Draper and Transcendent Anurin, who were receiving treatment in the genetic repair cabin. The two Transcendents still needed about an hour to fully recover. The Transcendent's injury treatment time was much longer than Kaji's. This was related to the Transcendent's physique being far superior to Kaji's. David, I'll go down and help first. You be careful. The Transcendent, Kenny, certainly could not stay in the safety of the spaceship at this time. He said something to David and got off the spaceship. The two huge Krypton engines started, and the spaceship immediately lifted off. It hovered about a kilometer in the air before it stopped. However, the Krypton engines were maintained at maximum power. As long as there was a situation, they would immediately leave at the fastest speed. He needed to ensure the safety of the two Transcendent who were receiving treatment. David adjusted the screen to show the ground so that the situation on the ground could be seen more clearly from the air. General Froud, there are corrosive mutant larvae all around. Be careful. David saw the insectoids surrounding the hunting team and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. He still reported to General Froud. Master David, take care of the two injured Transcendent. There's one of our stealth reconnaissance spaceships above your head. I transferred it here last night. General Froud said in a relaxed manner in the channel. After almost falling into the trap yesterday, General Froud used his connections to transfer a stealth reconnaissance spaceship. The Guardian Planet did not have this kind of expensive stealth reconnaissance spaceship. It was borrowed from a space fleet. Therefore, General Froud was able to discover the insectoids' encirclement in time. It was also because he discovered that it was corrosive mutant larvae that he was so relaxed. With the strength of the Transcendent, even if the corrosive mutant larvae stuck corrosive liquid on the Transcendent armor, it would not be able to corrode the Transcendent armor. No matter how many corrosive mutant larvae there were, they would not be able to break through the armor and would not have any effect on the Transcendent. When David heard that there was a stealth reconnaissance spaceship above his head, he could not help but be stunned. He had been using the spaceship's scanning power all along. Because they were in the air, he had already turned the spaceship's scanning power to the maximum. Even so, the spaceship did not discover the stealth reconnaissance spaceship above its head. This was the gap in technology. Sometimes, David had a feeling that the Interstellar Federation did not apply some of their strongest technology to the insectoids battle, just like how the military limited the attack missiles. They clearly had long-range attack missiles, but they did not sell them to the various forces in the war zone. Even the military needed to apply for them. On the ground, the 12 Transcendent formed a two-layer circle. Each layer had 6 Transcendent, supporting each other from the inside and outside. The Transcendent Frud looked at the corrosive mutant larvae that were approaching in the night and said in a deep voice, "Let's end this quickly." He already knew the number of corrosive mutant larvae through the stealth reconnaissance spaceship. Although there were 10,000 of them, it would not take too long to kill them all. The Transcendent did not make a sound. Although it was only a battle against weak Level 1 insectoids with the Transcendent Frud's command, as long as there were no objections, they would definitely obey. All the Transcendent's Transcendent Armor's lights were turned on. A faint white light illuminated a range of 500 meters around them. This also allowed David, who was watching from the sky, to have a clearer view. The circle formed by the 12 Transcendent suddenly expanded outwards. In the process of expanding outwards, it still maintained its circular shape. The nearest corrosive mutant larvae were sliced in half by the expanding Transcendent with their Grade 3 weapons. The corrosive liquid on their bodies sprayed into the air and fell to the ground. These corrosive mutant larvae did not seem to know fear. They continued to madly attack in a futile manner. Unfortunately, they encountered the Transcendent wearing Transcendent armor. The Grade 3 weapons did not even need to use any strength. A simple sweep was enough to slice them in half. This battle was very meaningless. David could only see the circle formed by the 12 Transcendent in the sky. Every time it changed, it would create a blank area in the middle of the corrosive mutant larvae. When the Transcendent on the outer layer of the circle attacked, the Transcendent on the inner layer was responsible for maintaining vigilance. This was because their enemy was not the corrosive mutant larvae, but the Stoneskin Worm King that was hiding behind the corrosive mutant larvae. The Transcendent on the scene understood this point. Otherwise, they would not have formed such a battle formation to fight against the weak corrosive mutant larvae. The corrosive mutant larvae's suicidal attack was not useless. Finally, some of the corrosive liquid touched the Transcendent's body. However, this terrifying liquid that could corrode steel and alloy could not do anything to the Transcendent armor, which was made of Grade 3 materials. The number of corrosive mutant larvae was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, half of the 10,000 corrosive mutant larvae were gone, and they were still decreasing at an extremely fast speed. David did not understand why these corrosive mutant larvae would launch such an attack. This kind of attack was obviously ineffective. Even the Transcendent would not be harmed by the corrosive liquid. As for the corrosive mutant larvae's melee attack, their Grade 1 claws could not even leave a mark on the Transcendent armor. "Captain, I feel that something is wrong. Increase the depth of the scan." The Transcendent Flood was also communicating with the Stealth Scout ship while fighting. The Stealth Scout ship immediately used a more powerful directional scan than a normal scan and began to scan the battlefield. David sat in the spaceship and felt a scanning energy sweep past him. In just a moment, he understood the location of the Stealth Scout ship. It wasn't too bad to say that it was above his spaceship. It was about 1,200 meters above him. If it was not because of the battle below, he would have flown the spaceship to the Stealth Scout ship and check it through the shadow attendant. He wanted to see how different it was from his fire beacon spaceship. Suppressing his curiosity, he cast his gaze to the ground again. Within a circular area of about 500 meters, there were corpses of the corrosive mutant larvae. Some of these corpses were split in half, and some were even directly dismembered. David regretted it at this moment. If he could be on the battlefield, then the souls of these 10,000 corrosive mutant larvae would definitely improve his soul. Although the improvement of each corrosive mutant larvae soul was very small, there were 10,000 of them. The number was enough to pile up a large amount of soul energy. He could not go down now. The two Transcendent were still in the genetic repair cabin. Their safety was still very important. The Transcendent Flood looked at the data of the Stealth Scout ship that flashed in front of his eyes. He could not help but frown because he did not find any information about the other Zergs in the data. General, there are Zergs 2 kilometers away. Level 2 Zergs. They are explosive bugs. Just as the Transcendent Flood was about to announce the end of the mission, the captain's warning came from the Stealth Scout ship. At the same time, David sensed danger. Without any hesitation, he controlled the spaceship to suddenly accelerate at full speed. This spaceship was originally designed for escape. With the help of 2 huge Krypton crystal engines, it instantly reached high speed from static. When the spaceship just flew away, many light beams rushed from the ground to the sky. 2 of them were aimed at David's spaceship. It's the explosive bugs. David immediately understood what the attack was. The explosive bugs were a nightmare for low-altitude spaceships. David's hovering altitude was 1 kilometer. To be able to attack from such a long range, it meant that the explosive bugs were all elite level. Not good, it's the Stealth Scout ship. David's spaceship dodged the energy beam attack, but he saw that 4 energy beams were not aimed at a spaceship, but at the Stealth Scout ship. The Stealth Scout ship's directional scan just now exposed his position. For the explosive bugs, which were particularly sensitive to energy, such an obvious directional scan energy could instinctively lock onto the source of the directional scan. Just when David knew that the situation was bad, the 4 energy beams accurately hit the Stealth Scout ship. Because the Stealth Scout ship needed to be stealthy, it did not activate its energy shield. The 4 energy beams instantly penetrated the Stealth Scout ship, and the Stealth Scout ship turned into a fireball in the air. All of this happened so fast that David did not have time to react. The ground was also attacked by the explosive bugs. Several energy beams shot at the Transcendent. From the thick energy beams, it could be seen that this was the full attack of the elite explosive bugs. The elite explosive bugs used most of their energy in this attack to create the energy beams that could threaten the Transcendent. Chapter 391. The explosive beetle's energy beam was very fast, but no matter how fast it was not as fast as the Transcendent's reaction speed. The energy beams were unable to harm any of the Transcendents and were all easily dodged by them. It's a trap. Transcendent Frud roared as he dodged the incoming energy beams. He saw the destroyed Stealth Scout ship in the sky. If he had not ordered to strengthen the scanning, with the Stealth Scout ship's hiding ability, it would not have been discovered by the explosive beetles. Previously, Transcendent Frud thought that he was smarter than the Zergs, but now he was slapped in the face by the Zergs. Fortunately, David's spaceship dodged the energy beam attack. Otherwise, he might have lost 2 Transcendent and a Sniper Master. As for the destruction of the Stealth Scout ship, with his identity, at most, he owed the space fleet a favor, and he would pay it back later. While Transcendent Frud was thinking, several energy beams collided in the air and exploded instantly. The energy beams shot by the elite explosive beetles seemed to have been calculated and collided in the center of the Transcendent's battle circle. After the energy beams collided, they caused an explosion, and the energy beams turned into countless small fireballs and scattered to the ground. Be careful of the flames. Transcendent Frud saw countless small fireballs and saw the corpses of the corrosive mutant larvae and the corrosive liquid on the ground. He was shocked and quickly reminded. The corrosive liquid was very flammable, so when Transcendent Frud saw the small fireballs, he immediately thought of this. But his reminder was too late. The small fireballs fell to the ground and ignited the corrosive liquid. The flames instantly covered an area of 500 meters and wrapped all the Transcendent in it. Fortunately, the flames did not cause any harm to the Transcendent wearing the Transcendent armor. They only needed to switch the Transcendent armor to internal circulation. Then the thick smoke caused by the flames covered the entire area. Leave the flame area. Kenny, you and Glenn will take your Academy's Transcendent to kill those explosive spray bugs. Frud Transcendent commanded in a deep voice. Although the flames could not harm the Transcendent, everything in front of him was engulfed by the flames. Coupled with the thick smoke, he could not see anything. In this environment, even the other auxiliary scanning devices were greatly affected. A warning appeared in front of Dwight Transcendent's eyes. There was an anomaly underground. This was the warning given by the terrain scanner on his back at the last moment before it was burned down. The terrain scanner did not have a fire protection system, so it could not work in the sea of fire. "Watch your feet," Transcendent Dwight shouted. He couldn't see anything, so he could only run in the direction that left the flames as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the Transcendent Dwight sensed the aura of death. This was a warning from his mind. His body instinctively stopped moving, and the hand in front of him went numb. Then he lost all feeling. Transcendent Dwight knew that he had been tricked. He quickly reminded the other Transcendent, "There's petrifying gas in the smoke." On the burning ground, a hole appeared, revealing the stone-skin Worm King. The part of its body that was exposed to the flames was constantly being burned by the flames, but it quickly healed. The stone-skin Worm King spat out several streams of petrifying gray gas in all directions. Then it looked at the Transcendent in the flames with disdain and dived back into the ground. Transcendent Dwight's words shocked all the other Transcendent. They were surrounded by flames and black smoke. It was almost impossible to find any petrifying gas in this environment. It could only be said that the Stoneskin Worm King's trap was perfect. It only used 10,000 corrosive larvae, which were weak level 1 insectoids, to create this trap. "Damn it, I've been hit. My left hand has been petrified. Be careful of the petrifying gas in the smoke above your head," a Transcendent from a Volgo Academy shouted. In such an environment, Transcendents understood that danger was everywhere. They relied on their own sense of danger while placing the hand that they rarely used at the forefront of their movement. His sense of danger was not very useful in this kind of environment where he was surrounded by flames. Only when he was about to come into contact with the petrifying gas would he be alerted of danger. In that case, the warning came a little too late. As for extending the hand that he rarely used, it was a helpless decision. Compared to his body being petrified, the price of a hand that he rarely used was worth it. One by one, the Transcendent walked out of the flames and left the smoke. However, at this time, they realized that the other Transcendent of the Volgo Academy did not come out, and neither did Dwight. At the same time, Transcendent Beecher, one Transcendent from the Volgo Academy, and Transcendent Glenn's left hand were all petrified to different degrees. "Dwight!" Transcendent Fred shouted as he looked at the sea of flames. Unfortunately, his voice did not have any response, whether it was through the speakers or the communication channel. The explosive bugs in the distance did not continue to attack. Instead, they escaped through the tunnel. Transcendent Kenny looked at Beecher Transcendent's arm with a gloomy face. He did not chase after the explosive bugs. "Beecher, how's your injury?" Transcendent Kenny asked in a low voice. "It's okay. I retracted it quickly. Only the first 2 parts of my middle finger were petrified," Transcendent Beecher said with a smile. Transcendent Beecher was very clear-headed at the time. He made the right choice. He did not extend his entire hand, but only his middle finger. However, when he rushed out of the flames, he was unlucky enough to encounter the petrifying gas. His middle finger was petrified, and he immediately stopped moving forward. After changing directions, he did not encounter any more petrifying gas. "Glenn, how's your injury?" Transcendent Kenny turned to Transcendent Glenn and asked. "One of my left hands is gone. I rushed too fast and could not retract it." Transcendent Glenn shook his head with a bitter smile. Transcendent Kenny did not ask the Transcendent of the Volgo Academy, because that Transcendent and Galton Transcendent were looking at the sea of flames worriedly. Their companions had not come out yet. Under the illumination of the flames, the Transcendent, who were originally full of vigor, suffered a huge blow. They were the elites of the human race, but they were being toyed with by an insect. In the spaceship, David was also silent. He did not expect this to happen. If he had stayed on the ground, would he have been able to dodge the stone-skinned Worm King's attack? The flames on the ground slowly extinguished. Because they had to be careful of the petrifying gas, they had to wait until the smoke dissipated before the Transcendent entered the ashes to look for their comrades. Soon, 2 Transcendent were found. They were still wearing their Transcendent armor, but there was no sign of life. Dwight's luck was very bad. After being petrified once, he encountered another petrified gas that was drifting towards him along with the wind. Because he had just sensed danger once, his sense of danger this time was a little slow. When he sensed danger again, half of his body was already in the petrifying gas. The gas corroded his entire body and turned his body into stone. The other Transcendent from the Volgo Academy did not even have the chance to call for help because the stone-skinned Worm King's petrifying gas just happened to hit him. Of course, if it was not for the fact that the flames affected the stone-skinned Worm King and prevented it from finding the Transcendent's position through sight and hearing, it could have used this opportunity to kill all the Transcendent in one fell swoop. The 2 corpses were placed on the ground. The remaining Transcendents' faces were gloomy. The most painful one was the Galton Transcendent. The Volgo Academy had 1 dead and 1 injured, so their strength was greatly affected. On the other hand, the Slaw Combat Academy had 2 Transcendent injured and were receiving treatment, so they did not participate in the battle. The only Transcendent from the Volgo Academy was quite lucky. He did not encounter any petrifying gas and remained unharmed. David landed the spaceship and jumped off. He felt the atmosphere was heavy, but he did not speak. He was a sniper master. Nighttime was not an environment he was good at, so the Transcendent Frud asked him to fly the spaceship into the sky. The Transcendent Frud said in a deep voice, "This loss is my responsibility. I did not discover the insectoid's trick." The Transcendent did not respond to him. This time, from the gathering to the command, he was the one who did it. Last time, he almost led the team into a trap, and this time he did not discover the trap. No matter what, he had the biggest responsibility. The Transcendent Frud continued to speak. Whether the operation continues or not depends on your opinion. The Galton Transcendent raised his hand and said, "The Volgo Academy has given up on the operation. I need to report this to the principal and explain to the families of the dead Transcendent." After he finished speaking, he went forward and picked up the corpse of his comrade on the ground and then flew into the sky. The other injured Transcendent from the Volgo Academy did not say a word. He followed the Transcendent Galton and left together. The Transcendent Galton gestured to his injured left hand and said helplessly, "I'm also injured. I need to go back and find a way to treat it. I can't participate in the operation either." The 3 Transcendent from the Cater Academy also left. The Transcendent present had suddenly decreased by half. The Transcendent Kenny looked around and sighed. "General Frud, it looks like the operation can't be carried out. I have to bring Beecher back to the Academy. Goodbye." The Transcendent from the Slaw Combat Academy finally asked David, "Master David, my 2 comrades are still receiving treatment on your spaceship. Can I leave with you on your spaceship?" "Of course." David nodded in agreement. David and the 4 Transcendent boarded the spaceship. The spaceship accelerated into the sky and soon disappeared. The Transcendent Frud stood rooted to the ground. He understood that after this, he would no longer have any influence on the Guardian Planet. He also left the Guardian Planet as he wished because the military would not allow a Transcendent who was hated by all the other academies to stay on the Guardian Planet as a military representative. However, the way he left was the last thing he wanted to see. He smiled bitterly. The Transcendent Frud bent down and picked up the corpse of the Transcendent Dwight as he muttered, "Brother, I'll bring you home." Tears flowed from his eyes. Perhaps it was for the Transcendent Dwight, or perhaps it was for his future, or perhaps it was because he regretted not reporting the appearance of the pregnancy crystal to his superiors. At this moment, even if Transcendent Frode were to say it himself, he wouldn't be able to explain his current state of mind. The Transcendent Frod's heart was in a mess. He did not notice that the soil on the ground beside him silently parted and a huge figure swam out of the hole. It was the stone-skinned Worm King. It did not leave and had been waiting for an opportunity. Finally, the opportunity came. Only one transcendent remained, and it was the transcendent who was in charge of commanding. The stone-skinned Worm King opened its mouth and slowly approached the transcendent Frud. The transcendent Frud smelled a stench. It was the unique smell of the insectoids. His chaotic mind suddenly became clear. He was actually distracted here. The moment he came back to his senses, he felt his legs being locked by something. Then his body was lifted up like a rag doll and slammed heavily on the ground. The stone-skinned Worm King bit Frud's legs and kept slamming the transcendent Frud to the ground. Craters appeared on the hard ground. The transcendent Frud wanted to resist, but the strength of the level 3 insectoids was not something he could resist. The reason why the transcendent Frud could fight against the level 3 insectoids was because of the transcendent armor, which gave the transcendent a boost in strength and speed, as well as the damage from the level 3 weapon. When the transcendent Frud was bitten by the stone-skinned Worm King, he lost his speed and the opportunity to take out his weapon to resist. The transcendent Frud felt every bone in his body breaking. The transcendent Frud's life force kept him alive. If it was a normal person, this kind of impact would have taken his life. Just when the transcendent Frud thought he was going to be smashed to death, he realized that the stone-skinned Worm King had stopped. Unfortunately, the transcendent Frud could not move at all. The power of the transcendent Frud could only barely keep him from being killed by his broken bones. The transcendent Frud finally saw the eyes of the stone-skinned Worm King. It was a pair of eyes with wisdom. It had the natural ferocity of the insectoids, but also cunning and contempt. This was the first time the transcendent Frud saw so many emotions in the eyes of an insectoid. He knew that he had underestimated the stone-skinned Worm King. If he knew that the stone-skinned Worm King's wisdom had reached such a level, he would never have used this kind of fighting method against an ordinary insectoid to deal with the stone-skinned Worm King. Now that everything was over, the transcendent Frud wanted to face death. He wanted to die beside his brother, the transcendent Dwight. It could be considered as sharing life and death together. The stone-skinned Worm King seemed to understand the thoughts of the transcendent Frud. Its eyes changed again. Its eyes were filled with mockery. It opened its mouth. The transcendent Frud closed his eyes and waited for the final moment to come. The stone-skinned Worm King opened its mouth and bit down on the transcendent Frud's legs, then his arms. The transcendent armor resisted for a moment before it was bitten through. When facing a rank 3 insectoid mutant king, the rank 3 transcendent armor's defense was not enough. The stone-skinned Worm King finally bit the transcendent Frud. The transcendent Frud thought that he was finally free. However, he realized that the stone-skinned Worm King only bit the transcendent Frud in its mouth and left with the transcendent Frud. Chapter 392. In the spaceship, Transcendent Draper walked out of the genetic repair pod. His injuries had completely healed. He took out a set of clothes from his dimensional bracer and changed out of his wet clothes. He then looked at the genetic repair pod beside him. It was empty. It seemed like Anurin Transcendent had finished the treatment before him. After changing, he turned to look at the transparent door. He was surprised to see many Transcendent Draper sitting in the hall. The atmosphere in the hall was not right. What happened? Transcendent Draper asked as he walked into the hall. He also realized that something was wrong. The spaceship was flying. Operation Hunting King has failed. Transcendent Draper said with a bitter smile. How is that possible? There are so many Transcendent Draper said in disbelief. He looked at the others and saw the same expression on their faces. After listening to Transcendent Kenny Draper's detailed explanation, he knew what he had missed out on. With such a stone-skinned Worm King on the Guardian planet, I'm afraid we won't be able to sleep well in the future, Transcendent Draper said as he shook his head. There were too many benefits on the Guardian planet for Slaw Combat College to give up. No matter how great the danger was, they had to take it. However, Transcendent Draper did not expect to encounter such a terrifying insectoid when they had just started building the base. Right now, he didn't dare to underestimate the Stone-Skin Worm King at all. He already knew the price of underestimating the Stone-Skin Worm King from Kenny's explanation just now. As long as the base is here, the Stone-Skin Worm King will not dare to come close. Transcendent Kenny Draper said confidently. Not to mention the 5,000 defensive missiles the First College of Iridia had just bought. The 3 Gaussian cannons controlled by David were enough to kill the Stone-Skin Worm King. It must be known that a Gaussian cannon was not something a sniper rifle could compare to. This type of cannon used a huge amount of energy to gather into a huge amount of electromagnetic energy and fired a Gaussian cannon shell as a physical attack. It could be said that it was a super enhanced version of a sniper rifle. Even with the current technology of the Interstellar Federation, the Gaussian cannon couldn't be miniaturized. Therefore, the Gaussian cannon became the defensive weapon of the fortress. With David, the sniper master, and the 3 Gaussian cannons, Kenny Transcendent was very confident in the safety of the base. Master David, please send us back to the base. Draper Transcendent requested David. The base of Sierra Combat College was not far from the First College of Iridia. David was also on the way. He only needed to stop over the base of Sierra Combat College. The 3 Transcendent left the spaceship. Only the people from the First College of Iridia were left in the spaceship. David, I'm very sorry for putting you in danger. Transcendent Kenny was the first to speak. He had wanted to say this for a long time. He was the one who accepted the invitation on behalf of David. This so-called Hunting King mission almost caused David, the strongest genius of the school, to die before he could even mature. Transcendent were fighting against the insectoids. Death was part of their responsibility, but David was different. David was only a student who was still studying in the school. He was a new student this year. David did not have the responsibility or obligation to participate in the life and death battle of the Transcendent. Transcendent Kenny, since I joined the mission, I should be in danger just like everyone else. David shook his head. Kenny, David, you don't have to say anything. David's performance this time was very good. He strengthened our relationship with Sierra Combat College. At least we can help each other in the future. Transcendent Dunbar interrupted the two. At the last moment, the Transcendent from Sierra Combat College chose to board David's spaceship. This was a show of attitude. In addition, David had saved the life of the Anurin Transcendent. This kind of kindness was enough to make the top combatants of the 2 schools have an excellent relationship. If it was not for David's actions, this kind of relationship would have taken at least a few years of interaction. After returning to the school base, the 3 Transcendent pulled David to the office. On the way back, they reported the process of Operation Hunting King to the Transcendent Lek. This time, they needed to report in person. As the person involved, David was also called over. As soon as they entered the office, the Transcendent Lek said to the Transcendent Beecher, "Let me see your hand." The Transcendent Beecher extended his left hand for the Transcendent Lek to examine as he joked, "It's not a big deal. If it doesn't work, I'll just break my middle finger. Apart from quarreling and gesticulating, it doesn't affect me much." The Transcendent Beecher was not too sad about his injury. Compared to the other injured Transcendent and the Transcendent who had been completely petrified to death, he was already very lucky. "It's very troublesome. I'll try to contact an old friend and see if I can find a way from the great world of deities." Laker Transcendental checked carefully and told them the result under their expectant gazes. The Transcendent Kenny hurriedly asked, "Can the great world of God really be solved?" The Transcendent Lek explained, "This kind of petrification energy is also a type of spell. The great world of God has a similar attack method. If you want to solve it, you can only find it from there." The Transcendent Dunbar said regretfully, "Unfortunately, the school doesn't have any medicine that can regenerate severed limbs that can be used by the Transcendent. Otherwise, we could just cut off this finger. Is there any medicine in the school that can regenerate severed limbs that can be used by Kaji?" Hearing the Transcendent Dunbar's words, David immediately thought of his father, Hans, and asked, Hans had lost an arm and a leg on the battlefield. David had searched for a long time, but he could not find any medicine that could be used on Kaji's body. The Transcendent Lek thought for a moment and replied, "We don't have it in our school, but I remember that there is a type of transcendent blood in the Cirrus star field. After refining it, it could be used to regenerate Kaji's severed limbs." David's eyes lit up. As long as there was a possibility, it was fine. The Transcendent Lek continued to say to David, "If you need, I can help you exchange it with the Cirrus Battle College. However, you have to pay 5,000 points. If you agree, I will help you." "Thank you, Principal. I am willing to exchange it with points," David quickly replied. Although David urgently needed points, he was willing to pay a higher price to find a way to heal his father, Hans's severed limbs, let alone 5,000 points. The Transcendent Lek waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. You have made a lot of contributions to the school. It is my duty to help you." The Transcendent Kenny asked the Transcendent Lek, "Principal, as long as the Stoneskin Worm King is alive, this area will not be peaceful. We can't just let the students move around in the safe zone, right?" The Transcendent Lek waved his hand and reassured the Transcendent Kenny, "You don't have to worry about the Stoneskin Worm King. The military has lost a Transcendent, so they will not ignore it. Next, there should be a stronger Transcendent to take over this matter. The Stoneskin Worm King will not live for long." The Transcendent Kenny said in a low voice, "I wonder how many days it will take for the military to get rid of the Stoneskin Worm King." Just as he finished this sentence, his ID bracelet lit up. The Transcendent Kenny looked at his ID bracelet. After a while, his expression was a little strange. The Transcendent Lek saw that the Transcendent Kenny's expression was not right and asked, "What happened?" The Transcendent Kenny replied, "After the military learned that all the Transcendent had returned and Operation King Hunter ended prematurely, they found that General Ferd did not return to the base. At the same time, his ID bracelet could not be contacted." The Transcendent Dunbar asked in confusion, "Could General Ferd be too embarrassed to return because of the failure of the operation?" The Transcendent Lek shook his head and said, "How is that possible? With General Ferd's experience, he would not be so dispirited that he would not return. Besides, this is the Guardian Planet. Where else can he go?" The Transcendent Kenny slapped his thigh and shouted, "Damn it, we left General Ferd alone in the end. Could he be in danger?" The ID bracelet could not be contacted. Other than the Transcendent Ferd shutting down on his own, the other possibilities were that the Transcendent Ferd had died or that the ID bracelet had been lost. However, the ID bracelet was fixed on the arm. Unless it was removed on purpose, it could not be lost unintentionally. The Transcendent Lek contacted the other Transcendent who took part in the operation. "If there is no news from them, I'm afraid General Ferd is really in danger." The Transcendent Kenny immediately contacted the other Transcendent in the office. After each contact, he shook his head at the Transcendent Lek. Soon, all the Transcendent had been contacted, but there was no news. The Transcendent Lek turned to look at David and said, "David, it seems that I have to trouble you again. I know. I will return to the battle site. As long as General Ferd leaves from there, I have a great chance of finding his escape route." David understood the meaning of the Transcendent Lek and nodded. Little White's ability to sense auras was not a secret between the Transcendent of the First College of Iridia and Cater College. Naturally, the first person that came to mind was Little White. Although this special ability had no combat effectiveness, it was very practical. "David, I will go with you." The Transcendent Kenny was worried that David would not be safe if he acted alone. "Actually, as long as I don't fight, you don't have to worry about my safety." David did not want to act together with the Transcendent Kenny, so he refused. David's combat effectiveness was much weaker than that of the Transcendent. However, when it came to hiding auras, not many Transcendent could compare with him. The Sniper Master's aura hiding skill was the foundation of the Sniper Master participating in the Transcendent operation under the identity of Kaji. Otherwise, if he followed the Transcendent into the Zerg's territory, the Sniper Master of Kaji would not be able to hide his aura and would have been torn to pieces by the Zerg. In order to prove his ability, David's aura disappeared instantly. Even his spirit could not be detected. Even Transcendental Lake, who was nearby, had a look of surprise on his face. Even someone as strong as him couldn't sense David's presence. Coupled with the sniper master's disguise skill, as David had said, as long as David did not take the initiative to fight in the wild, it would be very difficult for the Zerg to discover him. David's aura hiding skill is very strong. No wonder the sniper master can move deep into the Zerg's territory. The Transcendent Lek sighed. Then you have to be careful. Keep in touch. With the approval of the Transcendent Lek, the Transcendent Kenny said helplessly. He actually knew about David's ability to hide, but David was only Kaji in the end. Now that the principal, the Transcendent Lek, agreed, he could only say a few more words. Keep in touch. David nodded. He did not hesitate and immediately left for the hangar. The high-speed spaceship was still very useful. At least it was very safe on the way. With its speed, it could escape the attacks of the flying Zerg at any time. The spaceship lifted off and flew toward the battlefield. The journey was peaceful. 20 kilometers away from the battlefield, David found a relatively safe place to park the spaceship and turn on the optical stealth system and signal jamming system. He put on a camouflage cloth and walked toward the battlefield. The most convenient thing about moving alone was that he could fully hide his aura and use the silent sneak technique to travel silently. It was just that the shadow attendant had a hard time. The shadow attendant sometimes flew 40 meters into the air to observe the situation on the ground, and sometimes flew underground to see if there was any danger underground. As he approached the battlefield, there was a burst of burning smell. He immediately opened the internal circulation of the exoskeleton armor to isolate the unpleasant smell. The closer he got to the battlefield, the more careful he became and the slower his movement speed. If the Transcendent Frud was attacked near the battlefield, then there may be danger here. For every meter David moved forward, he had to ensure that there was no danger on the ground, in the sky, and underground before he continued to move forward. Soon, he came to the battlefield and saw the body of the Transcendent Dwight still thrown on the ground. David immediately understood that something must have happened to the Transcendent Frud. Otherwise, the body of the Transcendent Dwight would not be left here. At that time, the Transcendent Frud showed sadness for the death of the Transcendent Dwight. It was impossible for him to leave his brother's body in the wild to be destroyed by the Zerg. David approached carefully. Under the premise of ensuring his safety, he came to the body of the Transcendent Dwight. However, he was immediately attracted by the severed limbs on the side, because there was still a green light on the severed limbs. That was the light of the Transcendent armor. David collected the severed limbs on the ground. These were the limbs of a Transcendent. Even the space bracer on the right arm was still there. As long as he thought about the order of the Transcendent's departure at that time, David and the others were the last to leave. It was not difficult to determine who the owner of the severed limbs was. David also found the space bracer on the body of the Transcendent Dwight. This made David hesitate whether to take these two space bracers for himself. These were the space bracers of two military Transcendent. Of course, there must be something good in them, but they were also the remains of his comrades who fought with him. After struggling in his heart for a moment, he made a decision. Principal, I found the body of the Transcendent Dwight and the severed limbs of the Transcendent Frud. There are also two space bracers, which should be able to confirm the identity of the severed limbs. David reported to the principal of the academy, Lek Transcendent, through the channel. Chapter 393. David, give me your location and I will inform the military immediately. The military will be dispatched immediately. As a reward for finding your location, the two-dimensional bracers and the items in them will belong to you. I will request the military to do so. Lek Transcendent sat on the sofa and said expressionlessly to the ID bracelet. The three Transcendent students standing beside Lek Transcendent were also expressionless. This was the Guardian Planet, a war zone with its own rules. David had found clues about Transcendent Frud for the military. The items he obtained naturally belonged to David, no matter how valuable they were. Especially since David was still a student of the school. David had obtained two-dimensional bracers. The items inside could increase the possibility of David being promoted to transcendent, no matter if he exchanged them or used them for his own use. Although they did not know whether Transcendent Frud was dead or not, the Transcendent did not think that Transcendent Frud could survive in such an environment without limbs and dimensional bracers. It was indeed cruel to assign the dimensional bracers to David without confirming whether Transcendent Frud was dead or not. However, this was the war zone. David had risked his life to help find information about Transcendent Frud. Of course, he would be rewarded accordingly. If David was greedy and did not report the two-dimensional bracers, it would not be a problem. In fact, the two-dimensional bracers were not considered a reward. After the military confirmed it, the military would give David a real reward. Otherwise, who would serve the military in the future? David and the First College of Iridia did not serve the military. Thank you, Principal. David was surprised and happy. With Lek Transcendent's help, he could rightfully obtain the two-dimensional bracers. He would not be unreasonable. He kept the two-dimensional bracers in the storage compartment at his waist and sent his current location to Lek Transcendent. David hid again and waited for about 20 minutes before 6 frigates appeared. He didn't show himself. He just watched the 5 frigates protect the surroundings. A frigate landed, and a few soldiers came to the body of Transcendent Dwight. They carefully placed the body on a stretcher and then collected the broken limbs. It's General Froud's 4 limbs. A soldier took out an instrument and placed a piece of tissue in it before quickly saying in a deep voice. Although David, who was hiding at the side, did not see any changes in the expressions of the soldiers, a wave of sadness appeared on their bodies. We're taking the 2 Transcendent home. Several soldiers saluted in unison, and the 6 frigates sounded their alarms at the same time. This was the highest level of mourning. On the 6 corvettes, all the soldiers saluted. Several soldiers escorted the corpses and severed limbs onto the corvettes. David watched quietly until the frigate disappeared into the sky. Then, he stretched his body and stood up. Little White, remember the aura on the severed limbs. Let's follow that aura. David communicated with Little White through telepathy. Little White was obviously a little hesitant. It found that the aura here was mixed with the aura on the severed limbs. It was an aura that made it extremely afraid. Fortunately, David did not ask to track the aura that made Little White extremely afraid. After hesitating for a moment, Little White's trust in David overcame its fear and pointed a direction for David. David followed Little White's guidance and found traces of a cave on the ground not far away. The reason why it was called a cave trace was because the cave had collapsed long ago. Now, only a small pit and fresh soil were left. At this point, Little White's aura tracking was useless because the aura went underground. Unless David also went underground, Little White would not be able to track the aura underground. Although David had a rank 3 weapon and could move underground for short distances, it was impossible for him to track it over a long distance. Although Little White was out of ideas, David still had a choice. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body, and the shadow attendant followed the traces of the cave entrance into the ground. The cave from before had collapsed, but there were still traces underground. The shadow attendant quickly found a parallel cave 30 meters underground. David walked on the ground, and the shadow attendant followed him 30 meters underground. It was not fast, but it did not lose track of him. Some parts of the parallel cave 30 meters underground had also collapsed. This was because there was no support for a cave like this, so it was very normal for it to collapse. The cave that were still intact were in the rock layer underground. In the hard rock layer, there was a thick cave. The surface of the cave was very smooth, as if it had been carefully polished. David knew that this should be the special ability of the Stoneskin Worm King. With this ability, the Stoneskin Worm King could move smoothly underground. Transcendent Frud's body was very weak. The Transcendent's physique allowed the blood vessels in his limbs to close automatically, and the injuries in his body would not worsen in a short period of time. His consciousness was still very clear, but it was because of this that he was extremely frightened. Transcendent Frud could feel the sharp teeth piercing through the Transcendent's armor and into his skin. His body was constantly being bitten by those teeth. He opened his eyes forcefully. The darkness underground was illuminated by the Transcendent's armor on his body, and he could see the scene in front of him. In front of Transcendent Frud, whether it was the soil or the rock, it seemed to be separated by a pair of invisible hands, forming a circular cave. He was now moving forward in the cave. He couldn't see the Stoneskin Worm King behind him, but the stench of the Stoneskin Worm King's mouth kept entering his nose, stimulating his sense of smell. Even if he was facing a situation where he could die at any time, Transcendent Frud still complained about the Stoneskin Worm King's unhygienic behavior in his heart. Transcendent Frud didn't know where the Stoneskin Worm King wanted to take him. Was it going to take him back to eat or feed him to the larvae? But when he thought about the wisdom of the Stoneskin Worm King, it was definitely not that simple. The cave seemed to be endless. Transcendent Frud felt like it was hell. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, he felt the Stoneskin Worm King stop. Transcendent Frud tried hard to raise his head, trying to see the situation around him. He saw pairs of glowing eyes, and each pair of eyes was a stone-skinned worm. He knew that he had been brought back to the nest of the Stone-Skinned Worm King. The Stone-Skinned Worm King bit Fried and moved through the group of stone-skinned worms. All of the stone-skinned worms were prostrating themselves on the ground, showing their obedience to the Stone-Skinned Worm King. With the light of the Transcendent armor, Transcendent Frud could see that it was an underground cave and a very large rock cave. The rocks of the Guardian planet were already very difficult to scan, and the rocks here were associated with Krypton crystals, so it was completely impossible to scan. This was an abandoned Krypton crystal mine found by the Stone-Skinned Worm King. This Krypton crystal mine was abandoned by the Zerg. With the Zerg's barbaric and disorderly mining of Krypton crystals, the abandoned Krypton crystal mine was only left with associated rocks, not a single Krypton crystal. The Stone-Skinned Worm King specifically chose this place to settle its group. This place was safe enough, and it was impossible to be discovered. Transcendent Frud was thrown into a cave by the Stone-Skinned Worm King. This was a nurturing room for Zerg larvae, but this nurturing room was a little special. There was only one larva inside. This larva was lying on a pile of Krypton crystals, absorbing energy. The reason this larva had such special treatment was because this larva had shown some special characteristics. Transcendent Frud's eyes flashed with fear when he saw this larva. He wasn't even afraid of death, but when he saw the special characteristics of this larva, he was really scared. This larva's body was short and fat. The only unusual thing was that its head was very big, almost taking up a third of its body. Although the larva's body was still in its infancy state, it was only the size of an adult, but one could tell it was a brainworm bewitching worm. After the Stone-Skinned Worm King lost the incubating crystal, it had been searching for the lost treasure, the incubating crystal that carried the hope of the Stone-Skinned Worm race. For this reason, the Stone-Skinned Worm King did not hesitate to launch a Zerg Tide. Of course, it was thanks to David that it was able to launch the Zerg Tide. David had killed the Iron-Winged Bat Bug King and eliminated the natural enemy of the Stone-Skinned Worm race. This made the Stone-Skinned Worm King the strongest level 3 arachnid in this area. It also gave the Stone-Skinned Worm King the ability to trigger a bug wave. After launching the Zerg Tide, the Stone-Skinned Worm King's intelligence increased again. The Stone-Skinned Worm King could not communicate with humans, so it had no way of knowing where the incubating crystal was. Therefore, it began to nurture a large number of larvae. The Stone-Skinned Worm King had a purpose in nurturing larvae. Some of the larvae without potential would be turned into adult Zerg cannon fodder, while the few larvae with potential would be nurtured into subsidiary Zerg of the Stone-Skinned Worm race. For a rank 2 Zerg like the Brainworm Bewitching Worm, it was very difficult for them to survive the larval stage. This was because the other Zerg did not wish for a Brainworm Bewitching Worm to appear. An adult Brainworm Bewitching Worm was basically the natural enemy of the majority of lower Zerg. Only Warstar with a brainworm bewitching worm could grow. This was because he was under the direct leadership of the Zerg, so the larvae's talent would not be buried. The Stoneskin Worm King had enough intelligence. It understood that as long as it had an adult brainworm bewitching worm, it could communicate with humans or accept the memories in humans' minds. Transcendent Frud had clearly guessed the Stoneskin Worm King's thoughts. His expression changed, and he wanted to die. However, the Stoneskin Worm King was clearly prepared. 5 larvae crawled in from outside the cave. These larvae had long mouth parts. The 5 larvae crawled to Transcendent Frud's side. Their long mouth parts pierced into Transcendent Frud's body, causing liquid to flow into his body. A numbing sensation enveloped Transcendent Frud's body, causing him to lose control of his body. The 5 larvae's function was naturally not limited to this. Aside from guiding the paralyzing liquid into Transcendent Frud's body, the larvae's mouthparts could also guide the nutrients needed to sustain his survival, allowing him to continue living. Transcendent Frud had never imagined that he would be so humiliated as an Zerg captive. He was a soldier. If he had known this earlier, he would have killed himself the moment he could control Transcendent's power. Fatigue, injuries, and the paralyzing liquid caused Transcendent Frud's consciousness to slowly blur. The brainworm bewitching worm larvae in his eyes gradually faded as he fell into a deep sleep. The Stoneskin Worm King sensed the state of Transcendent Frud and left in satisfaction. After 10 hours of continuous tracking, David came to a mountain peak. The faintly discernible underground cave was in the direction of this mountain peak. The underground cave was no longer parallel here, but inclined upwards. This discovery made David more careful. He tried his best to avoid any rocky areas, because David still remembered that the Stoneskin Worm's innate ability was to sense creatures that came into contact with rocks within 100 meters. With Little White's stiff body from fright, David knew that the Stoneskin Worm King was here. The higher he went, the more rocks there were, which made it more difficult for David to move. The shadow attendant underground discovered the underground cave at this time. This was no longer the previous cave, but a cave many times larger than the previous one. In the cave, many Stoneskin worms could be seen. Found the nest. David was overjoyed. He wanted to report this to Principal Lek Transcendent, but he hadn't found Transcendent Frud yet. He needed to confirm whether Transcendent Frud was alive or not. At this moment, a stone-skinned worm crawled close to the Shadow Servant. This stone-skinned worm was more than 50 meters away from David on the ground and more than 20 meters away from the Shadow Attendant. This distance was enough for David to use some means. He sent out the bewitching pattern from the Soul Fortress and flew underground. With the help of the Shadow Attendant, and also replaced David's eyes, the bewitching pattern flew towards the stone-skinned worm. The stone-skinned worm suddenly stopped moving. Its abnormality didn't attract the attention of other stone-skinned worms. Because they couldn't go out, many stone-skinned worms in the group would move around aimlessly. In just a second, the stone-skinned worm became David's puppet. David controlled the stone-skinned worm puppet through the Shadow Attendant. A trace of his mind entered the stone-skinned worm puppet and controlled it to go into the cave. Through the eyes of the stone-skinned worm puppet, David saw that the cave was full of stone-skinned worms. The stone-skinned worm group that the military couldn't find was in this cave. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked around the cave. There were corpses everywhere on the ground. Some were Zerg, some were human. After looking around, David didn't find the body of Transcendent Frud. As long as the body of Transcendent Frud was here, it should be easy to find. No matter how broken his transcendent armor was, it should emit the light of a grade 3 material. Chapter 394. Suddenly, David controlled the stone-skinned worm puppet to lie on the ground because he saw a stone-skinned worm king swimming out of a cave in the distance. The stone-skinned worm king's body was much bigger than the normal stone-skinned worms, making it stand out among the other stone-skinned worms. Especially its aura, David's stone-skinned worm puppet couldn't help but feel scared when it appeared. This feeling shouldn't have appeared because the stone-skinned worm puppet should have abandoned all thoughts of its body. Its entire soul should be controlled by the enchanting pattern. However, this fear didn't just come from the soul, it came from the body's instinct. But this was also good. David's stone-skinned worm puppet was like the rest of the stone-skinned worms, showing obedience to the king. The stone-skinned worm king didn't notice the anomaly among the stone-skinned worms. It probably didn't expect this to happen, so it needed to leave to find more energy. The race needed energy, and the growth of the larvae needed energy. All of this needed the stone-skinned worm king to deal with. After becoming more intelligent, the stone-skinned worm king also developed a greater sense of responsibility. This sense of responsibility was rare among the insectoids. Normal insectoids would work hard and fight bravely for their race. This was the limit of what they could do. The stone-skinned worm king was constantly looking for energy to protect the entire race. When the stone-skinned worm puppet was crouching on the ground, David controlled it to raise its head and see the stone-skinned worm king leaving the cave. David, who was also crouching on the ground, couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The stone-skinned worm king leaving gave him the perfect opportunity to do something. The stone-skinned worm puppet stood up and walked towards the cave the stone-skinned worm king just came out of. Since this cave was the temporary residence of the stone-skinned worms, and the stone-skinned worm king was always busy, it did not assign any tasks to the people in the cave. Therefore, there were no stone-skinned worms guarding the cave entrance. This allowed the stone-skinned worm puppet to move more easily. David controlled the stone-skinned worm puppet to walk to the entrance of the cave. Transcendent Frud. David saw Transcendent Frud surrounded by 5 larvae at a glance. At this time, Frud Transcendent's eyes were closed. If not for his weak breathing, David would have thought that he was dead. Bewitching Overmind. David continued to look through the eyes of the stone-skinned worm puppet. When he saw the familiar insectoid, he couldn't help but be shocked. David would never forget the scene of encountering the brainworm of Bewitching that day. Dozens of Kaji were turned into puppets, while the rest of the Kaji and soldiers were unconscious. The brainworm of Bewitching was like a nightmare that appeared in David's memory from time to time. But soon enough, David realized something was wrong. This brainworm of Bewitching was obviously too small. It was a larva. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked into the cave. The sudden appearance of the stone-skinned worm didn't attract the attention of the larva and the other 5 larvae. Whether it was the larva or the other 5 larvae, their status in the stone-skinned worm tribe wasn't as high as the normal stone-skinned worms. Before the brainworm of Bewitching grew into an adult worm, it couldn't be compared to the normal stone-skinned worms. Even after it grew into an adult worm, it could only be a vassal of the stone-skinned worms. The stone-skinned worm puppet first walked to the side of the Bewitching Overmind worm larva and opened its mouth to bite it. With the Bewitching Overmind worm larva's defense, there was no way it could block the stone-skinned worm puppet's bite. The larva's giant head was bitten in half and instantly lost its life. The 5 larvae were stunned by the sudden scene. With their low intelligence, they didn't even dare to resist the stone-skinned worm puppet. The stone-skinned worm puppet walked to the side of the 5 larvae and bit them to death one by one. Looking at the unconscious Transcendent Frud, David didn't know what to do. Looking at the larva's body, David had an idea. He emptied the larva's body. Since the stone-skinned worm didn't have any forelimbs, it was done with its mouth. Even though David was only controlling the stone-skinned worm puppet's body with a trace of his mind, the feeling was still very uncomfortable for David. After the larva's body was emptied, the stone-skinned worm puppet used its mouth to drag the Transcendent Frud into the larva's empty shell. After that, the stone-skinned worm puppet arrogantly walked out of the hole with the larva's body in its mouth. It then passed through the cave outside and walked past countless other stone-skinned worms. Although some stone-skinned worms looked up at the stone-skinned worm puppet, they didn't ask anymore when they saw it was just a larva's body. If David was taking a risk, he knew that if he didn't take the risk now, the Transcendent Frud would have no hope of survival. The stone-skinned worm puppet brought the larva's body to the hole that the stone-skinned worm king opened when it left and walked in without hesitation. David knew that even though the hole wasn't guarded at all, it wasn't that easy to enter and exit the hole. On the other hand, the hole opened by the stone-skinned worm king didn't have a complete passage ahead, so there weren't any stone-skinned worms guarding it. David took out the rank 3 longsword from his back and quickly dug on the ground. All the soil was collected by the shadow attendant beside him into the portal item, allowing him to dig without stopping. When he dug 30 meters, it was connected to the hole opened by the stone-skinned worm king. The stone-skinned worm puppet also dragged the larva's body over. David grabbed the larva's corpse and looked at Fraud's state. Fraud's aura was still in a comatose state. David held the transcendent Fraud in his hand and ordered the shadow attendant to take out the last Krypton crystal powder bomb. He fiddled with the Krypton crystal powder bomb for a while and set it up properly. Then, he threw the bomb into the larva's body and handed it to the stone-skinned worm puppet. The stone-skinned worm puppet picked up the larva's body and went back the way it came. This time, the stone-skinned worm puppet didn't ask anything. It returned to the cave again. The stone-skinned worm puppet took out the Krypton crystal powder bomb from the larva's body and placed it under the larva's body. After doing all this, the stone-skinned worm puppet left the small hole and went back to the big hole to find a place to lie down. David withdrew his mind. He didn't care about the stone-skinned worm puppet anymore and let it wait for its tribe to perish. David carried the transcendent Fraud's body and quickly left the mountain peak. Along the way, he flew straight into the sky, accelerating at full speed. His extreme speed was constantly activated, and the short wings on his back were also strengthened to the maximum. During the flight, he protected Transcendent Fraud's body with his arms, trying to minimize the wind pressure from affecting Transcendent Fraud. At this time, the Transcendent Fraud was extremely fragile and needed immediate treatment. David didn't even dare to guarantee how long the Transcendent Fraud could live. The closest place to here was not the Academy base, but David's spaceship. Therefore, David's priority was naturally the spaceship. The previous 10 hours of tracking was just a slow search on the ground. Now that they were flying in the air, it only took 10 minutes to return to the spaceship. As soon as he entered the spaceship, David activated the autopilot. His target was the Academy base. The speed was the highest. When the spaceship took off, David had already put the Transcendent Fraud into the gene therapy cabin and gave the Transcendent Fraud a bottle of level 3 healing potion. David hadn't used this kind of good stuff since he got it. Instead, he let the Transcendent Fraud use it first. Looking at the breath of the Transcendent Fraud in the gene therapy cabin, slowly stabilizing and no longer in the state of being on the verge of death, David finally felt relieved. Principal, I will arrive at the Academy base in 35 minutes. I brought the Transcendent Fraud back. David connected to the identity bracelet of the Transcendent Lek and reported. What? The Transcendent Lek exclaimed in disbelief. His expression also alarmed the other 3 Transcendent who had been waiting in the office. The 3 Transcendent looked at the Transcendent Lek with inquiring eyes. David said that he brought General Fraud back. The Transcendent Lek repeated David's words. General Fraud is still alive. The Transcendent Kenny said, in surprise. Although he had some conflicts with the Transcendent Fraud before, he didn't want the Transcendent Fraud to die. They were old friends for many years. When he heard the news that the Transcendent Fraud was still alive, he was excited and in disbelief. Principal, please report to the military that the Transcendent Fraud is now seriously injured. I gave him a level 3 healing potion and put him in the gene therapy cabin, but I think he needs better treatment. David reported. Okay, you did a good job. I'll contact the military right away. The Transcendent Lek said in a deep voice. After disconnecting, the Transcendent Lek immediately contacted the military. Now that 2 of the military's Transcendent were in trouble, the only person they could contact was General Herman, the military's highest general on the Guardian planet. General Herman was surprised and overjoyed when he heard the news. He boarded the battleship without hesitation and headed toward the first college of Iridia base. David's spaceship returned to the college base. As it was descending, 12 huge light spots suddenly appeared on the screen of the spaceship. The light spots were marked as frigates. A total of 12 frigates had arrived at the college base. The appearance of so many warships at once surprised the students. 11 frigates hovered in the air and surrounded the entire college base. One of the frigates descended and was about to land on the square in front of the gate of the base. The students' surprise turned into panic. No matter how they looked at it, it looked like the military was going to attack the college base. Attention! Important personnel from the military have arrived. Instructors of all classes, please lead the students well and don't affect the image of the college. At this moment, an announcement sounded. The students were relieved and excited. David's spaceship entered through the open passage of the base and stopped in the hangar. As soon as it stopped, David received entry requests from Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent. David opened the hatch of the spaceship. Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent flashed in and saw Transcendent Frud floating in the genetic repair cabin at a glance. David, I didn't expect you to bring Transcendent Frud back. Lek Transcendent looked at David with surprise. David, good job. Kenny Transcendent stepped forward and hugged David. Transcendent Frud is back, and you want to return the space bracer to him. Do you regret it? Lek Transcendent asked with a smile. David was not surprised at all. He had thought about this problem before he rescued Transcendent Frud. However, if he could rescue Transcendent Frud, he would not give up just because of a space bracer. In other words, a space bracer was not enough to make David give up on rescuing Transcendent Frud. Perhaps in the eyes of Lek Transcendent and Kenny Transcendent, the space bracer of Transcendent was an extremely precious item to David. However, they would never have thought that David already had 4 space bracers on his arms and legs. David's wealth was far beyond their imagination. With more than 200 billion credits, as well as multiple level 3 weapons and multiple sets of Transcendent armor, David's wealth had long surpassed some Transcendent. If I didn't rescue Transcendent Frud, I would regret it, David said with a smile. In the gene repair cabin, Transcendent Frud opened his eyes. Under the effect of the gene repair fluid, the paralysis fluid in his body slowly subsided, and his consciousness slowly recovered. As soon as he woke up, Transcendent Frud heard the conversation between Transcendent Lek and David. He knew that David had rescued him. Transcendent Frud was very clear about the environment he was in at the time. He never thought that he could be rescued and come back alive. General Frud, you are awake. Lek Transcendent saw that Transcendent Frud had woken up and quickly greeted him. Transcendent Frud, who was in the gene repair fluid, nodded to Transcendent Lek and looked at David with gratitude in his eyes. General Frud, this is your space wristband. I put it here for you. David took out the space wristband from the waist of the custom-made exoskeleton armor and put it next to the gene repair cabin. Transcendent Frud was in the gene repair cabin and couldn't speak. He tried to smile. General Frud, General Herman has come and is coming this way. He will take you back. The military's treatment methods are more effective for you, Transcendent Lek said with a smile. As they were talking, the cabin door opened and a middle-aged soldier in a uniform walked in. Judging from his aura, he was a Pete Kaji. Behind him were 6 medics who were carrying some equipment and boxes. Thank you to the First College of Iridia for rescuing General Frud. As soon as General Herman walked into the cabin door and saw that Transcendent Frud was still alive in the gene repair cabin, his face showed excitement. He immediately saluted everyone present. Chapter 395. 6 medics came to the genetic repair pod and helped Transcendent Frud out of the genetic repair pod. Then, they opened the box they carried with them and took out 3 syringes that shone with green light. They injected the green liquid into Transcendent Frud's body. The medics retrieved Transcendent Frud's severed limbs. The severed limbs had never been treated before. Although some recovery was done in the genetic repair pod, it was not professional. Is this Master David? General Herman turned to look at the only person he had never seen before. He was also the youngest Kaji and smiled. Greetings, General Herman. I am David. David replied. This time, your contribution will be remembered by the military. Thank you for everything you have done for the military. Thank you for bringing back General Frud. General Herman said solemnly. Previously, the news of the death of the two Transcendent Guardians had caused the military to lose face and their morale to plummet. General Herman was already mentally prepared. He was waiting for the news of the death of the two Transcendent Guardians to spread and be ridiculed by the military of the entire war zone. The death of the Transcendent Guardians was extremely rare in the war zone. David had saved Transcendent Frud and saved the reputation of the Guardian Planet's military. In the military, reputation was sometimes more important than life. The Guardian Planet's military might not be able to raise their heads for the next few decades if they were to be ridiculed. This was why General Herman was so grateful to David. In General Herman's opinion, David was the savior of the Guardian Planet's military. "This is what I should do," David said in a deep voice. "Don't be so serious. If you need anything on the Guardian Planet in the future, just contact me directly. This is my contact information." General Herman relaxed and said with a smile. He took the initiative to exchange contact information with David and made a promise. Do not underestimate the promise of a general. When necessary, this promise could save lives. On the other side, Transcendent Ferret's treatment was almost finished. Of course, this short period of treatment couldn't completely heal his body, but the effect of the military's treatment was much better than the Transcendent's normal treatment. This was especially true when the patient was a Transcendent. They even used the best medicine the Guardian Planet had. Therefore, in just a short while, Frud Transcendent's injuries had mostly healed. Not only that, the arms and legs of the Transcendent were also replaced by mechanical prosthetics. At this time, the Transcendent was adapting to the new arms and legs. He waved his arm and walked back and forth a few more steps. This kind of adjustable mechanical prosthesis was the best mechanical prosthesis in the military. It could receive signals from the brain and make the same movements as the original limbs. Of course, no matter how good the mechanical prosthesis was, it could not replace the Transcendent's limbs. This kind of mechanical prosthesis could not conduct the Transcendent's power at all. Transcendent Ferret walked in front of David, grabbed David's hands with his prosthetic hands, and said sincerely, "Master David, I thought I was going to die. You risked your life to save me. I was in an environment where I had a slim chance of survival. Thank you." Transcendent Ferret did not ask David how he saved him because he felt that there must be something David did not want to talk about. At that time, he was in the Stoneskin Worm's cave. There was a Stoneskin Worm King and tens of thousands of Stoneskin Worms there. Even 10 Transcendent would not be able to bring him out alive. How did Master David save General Ferret? As soon as General Herman spoke, Transcendent Ferret was ready to stop him, but he did not stop him. "Master David, you don't have to answer this question." Transcendent Ferret made a gesture to General Herman, then turned his head and said, "It's okay. In fact, it was easy to find you. Little White, come out." David said with a smile and waved his hand. He called Little White out. Little White was in David's hand. Its small head looked around and saw that it was surrounded by terrifying creatures. It quickly hid its small head in David's palm. "This is my Transcendent pet, Little White. It's a little timid." David comforted Little White and introduced it. After feeling that Little White had calmed down a little, he continued, "Little White is very sensitive to aura. It can follow the aura left behind by General Ferret to find General Ferret. I waited outside for a while and happened to see the king of the stone-skinned worm leaving. So, I used some tricks and secretly found General Frud and brought him back." Zhang Tai nodded and said, "That's right. General Frud was caught in the lair of the stone-skinned worm." "You found the stone-skinned worm's nest? You should have said so earlier." When General Herman heard David's words, he was first surprised, then a little disappointed. According to the analysis of military intelligence, the Stoneskin Worm King's intelligence had been raised to a higher level than ordinary humans. David had rescued Transcendent Ferret from the Stoneskin Worm King's nest. He had already let the Stoneskin Worm King know that the location of the nest was exposed. With the wisdom of the Stoneskin Worm King, it would definitely make corresponding arrangements. General Herman couldn't blame David for not saving people. Transcendent Ferret was right next to him. Even if Ferret was disabled, he was still a Transcendent. Besides, David was right to save people. Even if David had told the military the news, the military would have chosen to prioritize saving people instead of destroying the nest. There's something I want to confess to the military. David hesitated for a moment and said, Master David, I told you to contact me if you have any problems. If something happens, General Farad and I will do our best to help you. Tell us what it is, and we will do our best to help you. General Herman waved his hand and said, David, what's so serious that you want to confess? Transcendent Lek also asked with a frown. I obtained a Krypton crystal powder bomb before. I placed this Krypton crystal powder bomb in the stone skin worm's nest and set it to explode. David said in a low voice. Huh. Transcendent Lek was the first to laugh. Then it was Transcendent Kenny, followed by General Herman and Transcendent Farad. Master David, you did very well. The military does control the use of Krypton crystal powder bombs, but this is nothing. As long as a Transcendent level expert has a reasonable need, they can apply to the military for the use of Krypton crystal powder bombs. Only in peaceful areas are they strictly prohibited. General Herman explained with a smile. However, no one asked about the origin of the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Everyone knew without asking that it must have been obtained from the war zone. It was very likely that it was obtained from the spaceship David had seized. This was because David had come to the Guardian planet through the portal. It was impossible for him to have brought such a huge Krypton crystal powder bomb with him. The only possibility was that the Transcendent Esmond, who had been killed by David, had placed a Krypton crystal powder bomb in the spaceship. This was the thought of all the Transcendent present. It was reasonable. Even David did not expect that the Krypton crystal powder bomb incident would make the dead Transcendent Esmond the scapegoat. Will using a Krypton crystal powder bomb to destroy the stone skin worm's nest make the king of the stone skin worm go crazy? Transcendent Kenny asked in a deep voice. Everyone present knew that although the Krypton crystal powder bomb was terrifying, the chances of it killing the king of the stone skin worm were not high. At most, it would severely injure it. With the king of the stone skin worm's defense and recovery ability, it would only take a short time for it to recover from this injury. Transcendent Lek shook his head and said, The scariest thing about the king of the stone skin worm is not its strength, but its intellect. Once it goes crazy, it will be a good thing. As long as it goes crazy, it will have an opening, and we can give it a fatal blow. General Herman agreed. Yes, I will inform all the bases to be careful. The Transcendent reinforcements will be arriving soon. This is the location of the stone-skinned worm king's nest. The explosion hasn't happened yet. If we go there now, we might be able to kill the stone-skinned worm king while it's heavily injured. David shared the location with the other Transcendents as he spoke. Transcendent Kenny sighed and said, That's a good idea, but it will take time to organize the Transcendent team. With the previous losses, I'm afraid it will be difficult to organize a Transcendent hunting team in a short period of time. Transcendent forces from all the bases and the military had suffered heavy losses. The Volgo Academy was out of the question. Only one Transcendent was not injured, and it would not participate in the operation. After the last operation, Slaw Combat Academy expressed that they needed to protect their base. Transcendent Glenn from Cater Academy was also injured, and it would be difficult for him to participate in the battle. Convincing the Transcendent to participate in the battle again would take time, and they did not have time now. Transcendent reinforcements from the military haven't arrived yet. Otherwise, this would be a good opportunity, General Herman said helplessly. The Transcendent present were a little depressed that they could not use such a good opportunity. In fact, if the Lek Transcendent were to participate, they would have a chance. However, if they risked the Academy's survival, the Transcendent Kenny would not agree to let Lek Transcendent take action. Even if the king of the Stoneskin Worm continued to wreak havoc, they could not let Lek Transcendent be in danger. Lek Transcendent was the Academy's pillar, and they could not afford to lose it. The king of the Stoneskin Worm returned to its nest. It brought back some energy, most of which were ores that contained energy. Krypton ores were hard to find, but the rest of the ores were easy to find. Anyway, The digestive system of the stone-skin worm was as strong as any other insect, and the ores were easily digested. The king of the stone-skin worms threw the ores into the big hole and let the stone-skin worms take them. Most of the stone-skin worms here would stay still to reduce energy consumption. Only a few of the active stone-skin worms could not help themselves. Therefore, the stone-skinned worms didn't consume too much energy. All of them understood the importance of energy, so they didn't consume too much energy. The king of the stone-skin worms enjoyed the gratitude of the stone-skin worms. It swam its body towards the hole where the captives were. When it got close to the hole, its keen sense of smell allowed it to smell the unique smell of blood of the larvae. It could not help but feel nervous. It sped up and entered the hole. When it saw the hole full of corpses, especially the bodies of the brainworm larvae, anger rose in its heart. The Frud Transcendent was gone, and the one who did all this was obviously a member of the stone-skin worms group. The king of the stone-skin worms saw the wound on the brainworm larvae's head. It was a wound caused by the stone-skin worm's mouth. It was impossible for the king of the stone-skin worms to mistake such a wound. The rest of the larvae's corpses also reflected this. A stone-skin worm had come in and attacked the larvae. The king of the stone-skin worms was not the angriest about the disappearance of the Frud Transcendent. It was angry about the brainworm larvae being killed. How difficult was it to cultivate a brainworm larvae? Among thousands of larvae, the king of the stone-skin worms was considered lucky to have one. If it was not lucky, it was very likely that among millions or even billions of insect larvae, it would be hard to find a larvae with the brainworm bewitching talent. The main reason was that the brainworm bewitching talent was too special. It required larvae with especially high spirit to transform. This was also because the guardian planet was very close to the war zone. The brainworm bewitching gene was already recorded in the larvae's body. In David's hometown of the monolith star, even if the larvae there had the brainworm bewitching talent, there was no corresponding gene record to transform into a brainworm bewitching. The king of the stone-skin worms let out a furious roar. Its roar caused a commotion among the stone-skin worms in the big hole outside. The roar was filled with anger, disappointment, and other emotions. The king of the stone-skin worms was very regretful. It should have ordered its direct, elite stone-skin worms to guard the hole. It was just to save energy. Plus, this place was filled with stone-skin worms. The king of the stone-skin worms never thought that a stone-skin worm would not listen to its command and do such a thing. The more the king of the stone-skin worms thought about it, the angrier it got. Its body turned around in the hole, and its tail twitched as if it was venting its anger. The larvae's corpses in the hole were sent flying by this huge force and crashed into the wall. It was also at this moment that the Krypton crystal powder bomb hidden under the brainworm bewitching worms' corpses was exposed. At this moment, the king of the stone-skin worms realized that it had misunderstood the stone-skin worms of its race. This was obviously an item made by humans. It could not have been brought here by the stone-skin worms. At the same time, a feeling of extreme danger rose from the king of the stone-skin worm's heart. It almost instinctively curled up its body and wrapped its head in the center of its body. The Krypton crystal powder bomb exploded instantly. The white light completely covered a distance of 3,000 meters. Within this area, the soil, stones, and even the stone-skin worms were all turned into gas. In this area, the only thing that was still alive was the king of the stone-skin worms. Its skin was disappearing layer by layer, revealing the flesh underneath. The flesh was also being eroded by the violent energy. However, during this process, the king of the stone-skin worms' terrifying recovery ability was also constantly repairing its body. Chapter 396. The explosion caused by the Krypton crystal powder bomb lasted for only a short time. After the explosion, the cave had already disappeared. With the cave as the center, a giant semicircular crater with a radius of 3 kilometers formed on the ground. This was also why the military had strict control over the Krypton crystal powder bomb. Not only was the Krypton crystal powder bomb powerful, but also caused severe damage to the environment. Especially if the Krypton crystal powder bomb exploded in some special areas, it would cause unknown consequences. If the Krypton crystal powder bomb exploded in a Krypton mine, there was a high chance that it would cause a chain reaction, and its power might be difficult to control. The Stoneskin Worm King collapsed at the bottom of the giant crater. Its injuries were extremely severe. Its skin was all gone, and, in some places, even its bones were exposed. However, the injuries on its body were not the saddest part of the Stoneskin Worm King. Its colony had disappeared and turned into gas right in front of its eyes. The Stoneskin Worm King wobbled as it stood up. Its eyes were filled with hatred. It let out a mournful howl towards the sky like a wounded lone wolf. The ground beneath the Stoneskin Worm King's feet parted, and its body sank into the ground. Before it disappeared, it took one last look at its former home. Wisdom gave the Stoneskin Worm King intelligence that far exceeded normal Zergs. At the same time, it was accompanied by richer emotions. The Krypton crystal powder bomb exploded. General Herman glanced at the latest news and said to David, "Great." A smile appeared on Fried's face. When the Stone-Skinned Worm King had the Stone-Skinned Worm Colony, it could do a lot of things with its wisdom. Now that it had lost its colony, its wisdom had also lost a lot of support. The Transcendent had never seen an Zerg nurturing a bewitching overmind on a Guardian planet. If the Stone-Skinned Worm King had succeeded in nurturing the bewitching overmind, who knew how many Kaji on the Guardian planet would have suffered? Just thinking about the fear of facing the bewitching overmind's larvae, even though the Transcendent was now safe, it still had lingering fears. The Stone-Skinned Worm King is actually cultivating a brain-bewitching worm in its lair. Everything it has done is over. Transcendent Frud looked at David and said. Transcendent Frud believed that David must have also seen the bewitching brainworm larva. What? Why would the Stone-Skinned Worm King cultivate brainworm, bewitching brainworm? Transcendent Kenny asked in shock. Of course it wants to know what it wants to know from the human brain, such as my head. The Transcendent Frud pointed at his head with his prosthetic arm and said with a wry smile. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The thought of the insectoids knowing everything about them made them feel like they were better off dead. Well done. General Herman said loudly. A brain-bewitching worm was a nightmare to the military. Once the military entered the brain-bewitching worm's mental control zone, they would be controlled and become the Zerg's puppets. David's explosion extinguished this danger before it could even form. David, the use of the Krypton crystal powder bomb, this time, still needs to be kept a secret. Although your strength is close to the Transcendent, you are not a Transcendent after all. Using the Krypton crystal powder bomb without authorization is always a little troublesome. Transcendent Lek reminded David. Principal, I'm afraid it's very difficult to hide such a big thing. David helplessly looked at Transcendent Frud and said. David's meaning was very clear. The rescue of Transcendent Frud couldn't be hidden. Therefore, when the Krypton crystal powder bomb happened at the same time, anyone would think that it had something to do with the rescue of Transcendent Frud. Master David, are you willing to give this merit to the military? General Herman asked with a smile. General Herman, giving the merit to the military is not a problem. However, David used a Krypton crystal powder bomb. Shouldn't you give it back to David? Transcendent Lek also asked with a smile. David looked at Transcendent Lek and General Herman as if he was looking at two old foxes. Although General Herman's words had the intention of helping David solve this problem, in fact, he was benefiting himself. The King of Stone-Skin Worm's incident had caused the Guardian Planet military to lose a lot of face. Although Transcendent Frud came back alive, as long as the injuries on his limbs hadn't healed, he wouldn't be able to fight at all. The Guardian Planet military would still be affected. Now that David's merit was given to him, he could use the powerful counterattack against the King of Stone-Skin Worm's nest to minimize the impact. It could even make the Guardian Planet military react quickly. Transcendent Lek obviously knew this. However, although he couldn't get anything from a merit, he could take back the Krypton crystal powder bomb for David. No problem. However, Master David, it's best not to use the Krypton crystal powder bomb on the Guardian planet. General Herman agreed, without hesitation. Transcendent Frud left on the frigate, and the Academy base returned to its peaceful state. David returned to the dormitory. Looking at the familiar layout, he felt a sense of relaxation. This king hunting operation was too dangerous. He never thought that an operation involving 14 Transcendent would end in such a way. 2 dead and 5 injured. 3 of the injured Transcendent had to be amputated from a finger to an entire arm. David didn't gain much from this operation. He didn't get any useful soul energy. However, his biggest gain was that he came back alive. If David wasn't on the spaceship and participated in the operation on the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. David laid on the sofa. It was rare for him to be too lazy to move. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Suddenly, he remembered that he did gain something from this operation. It was the dimensional wrist guard that belonged to Transcendent Dwight. The military agreed to elect Transcendent's request, and the dimensional wrist guard became his spoils of war. Summoning the Shadow Attendant, a trace of his consciousness entered the Shadow Attendant's body and controlled the Shadow Attendant to open the dimensional wrist guard. There were only a few items in the 2 cubes. There was a level 3 longsword, a level 3 war hammer, a dozen bottles of Transcendence normal healing potions, and dozens of nutrient solutions. David wasn't surprised to see the level 3 warhammer. It was Dwight Transcendent's weapon. Although he was the Transcendent representative of the military on the Guardian planet, the environment was harsh, and he didn't have much power. However, there were many opportunities here. A level 3 heavy weapon, like the level 3 warhammer, was not something an ordinary Transcendent could get their hands on. Transcendent Dwight could not see his enemy when he was about to die. The only thing he could do was not to fight, but to escape from the smoke. In order to increase his speed, he put the weapon into the dimensional wrist guard, which allowed the weapon to appear here. It wasn't that the military didn't know about the level 3 warhammer. However, it was indeed David's spoils of war. With Lek Transcendent's endorsement, the military couldn't afford to offend Lek Transcendent and the First College of Iridia for this level 3 warhammer. In addition, David had rescued Transcendent and returned the other dimensional wrist guard to David. The Guardian planet's military now owed David a huge favor. It was even more impossible for them to consider David's spoils of war. David held the level 3 warhammer in his hand and swung it a few times. Feeling the difference in the level 3 warhammer, David's mood suddenly improved. The next day was very peaceful. The Stoneskin Worm King seemed to have disappeared and didn't appear. This was different from the Transcendent's expectations. They thought that the crazy Stoneskin Worm King would immediately counterattack. Therefore, when David was resting yesterday, all the bases in the area increased their alert level. Even the First College of Iridia's base requested that all students were not allowed to leave the base. Even the usual safe areas were not allowed to enter. Who knew if the Stoneskin Worm King would suddenly appear from the ground and target these students? This made the college base particularly lively. The business in the trading area was very good. David gave the level 3 sniper bullet warhead to the college. The professional teachers in the college would make new level 3 sniper bullets for David. While waiting for the level 3 sniper bullets to be reloaded, he received a message from Kenny Transcendent. David, come to the reception room. There are guests visiting you. I'm helping you receive them. As soon as the communication was connected, Kenny Transcendent quickly said, Who's the guest? David was puzzled. Of all the people he knew on the Guardian planet, he couldn't think of anyone who would visit him. Come quickly. It's Anurin Transcendent. Kenny Transcendent replied with a smile. David didn't know why Anurin Transcendent was visiting him. With this question in mind, he went to the reception room. This was a place the college base prepared to receive special guests. As soon as David entered the reception room, he saw Anurin Transcendent sitting there chatting with Kenny Transcendent. As soon as Anurin saw David, he immediately stood up and greeted David with a smile. Anurin Transcendent, may I know why you're here today? After exchanging pleasantries, David asked directly. Headmaster Lek contacted our college yesterday. He wants to exchange a portion of Kaji's limb regrowth potion. I heard that Master David needed it, so I came over. Anurin Transcendent replied with a smile. You have such a potion? David's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Of course. The potion is here. Since you don't have a space item, you'll need to store it in a cooler to maintain its effects. Anurin Transcendent said as he handed a test tube to David. David was stunned. He didn't expect Anurin Transcendent to give him the potion so directly. For a moment, he forgot to take the test tube. Anurin Transcendent, may I know what I should pay in exchange? David hesitated for a moment before taking the test tube. This was the hope for his father, Hans, to recover. He held the test tube in his hand and asked, Master David, is my life not worth as much as this potion? Anurin Transcendent asked with a smile. David, just take it. Anurin went back to the Slaw Star field through the portal last night to get it. Kenny Transcendent said from the side. Thank you. David thanked sincerely. Seeing David accept the test tube, Anurin Transcendent showed a satisfied smile on his face. The favor he owed David was not something a potion could compare to, but he felt very good to be able to return some favors and thank David with it. In fact, this potion was very rare even in the Slaw Star field. When he heard the news yesterday, he immediately returned to the Slaw Star field through the portal. He used a lot of favors and paid a huge price to get this bottle of potion. However, all of this was worth it after receiving David's sincere gratitude. If you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit the Slaw Star field, Master David. We have the most beautiful scenery in the Federation. Anurin Transcendent invited with a smile. I will definitely disturb you then. David also responded with a smile. After helping each other, David and Anurin Transcendent's friendship deepened. After sending Anurin Transcendent away, David immediately asked the shadow attendant to put the potion into the space ring. His most important items were in the space ring, and this bottle of potion was also the most important item. David felt that he could not wait any longer. His goal of finding a healing potion for his father, Hans, was actually completed at this moment. He wanted to return a monolith immediately to treat Hans. For this, he went to Lek Transcendent's office. Lek Transcendent was still worried about the Stoneskin Worm King. After Kenny Transcendent and the others returned, they continued to stay at the Academy base. David needed to apply for leave to travel from the Guardian planet to Monolith, which was also a war zone. He would need to fly a spaceship there. This was not only leaving the Academy base, but also leaving the planet. Naturally, he had to apply for leave from Lek Transcendent. Headmaster, David walked into the office after receiving permission from Lek Transcendent. David, please take a seat. Lek Transcendent saw David and stood up enthusiastically. He took out a bottle of fruit juice from his space bracer and poured a glass for David. This was the best drink on the Guardian planet. Lek Transcendent's actions showed how much he cherished David. Headmaster, I would like to apply for leave to return to Monolith. David was a little anxious, so he did not even drink the fruit juice before making the request. It's because of your father, Hans, right? Lek Transcendental asked with a smile, as if he understood. He knew that Anurin Transcendent had come to deliver medicine to David. He also knew about David's background. David's father was a nation knight with a broken limb. Hans was very famous in the war zone. He was one of the rare Kaji snipers who earned the title of nation knight through his achievements in the war zone. Therefore, he had expected David to come looking for him. Yes, my father has been suffering from injuries. I want to go back as soon as possible to treat him. David nodded. I understand how you feel, but you still have to wait for a while. The Academy needs you here. Once the matter of the Stoneskin Worm is settled, I'll immediately approve your leave. I'll also apply for permission to use the nearest portal to Planet Monolith for you. Your ship will only need a short time to reach Planet Monolith. Laker said with a smile. Chapter 397. On the third night after the Stoneskin Worm's nest was bombed, a pair of hateful eyes were staring at the base of Slaw Combat College. The previous Stone-Skinned Worm King's actions were all for the sake of its race, for the sake of its race's evolution, and for that, it had to obtain the incubation crystal. But now, the stone-skinned worm king's only thought was to kill. It was the nature of the insectoids, especially when there was only hatred in its heart. The stone-skinned worm king's choice was simple. The base of Slaw Combat College was still under construction, and the infrastructure was too huge. Although there was a professional team working on it, it would still take some time before it was completed. Before that, the entire base of Slaw Combat College only had basic scanning and defensive capabilities. Therefore, the stone-skinned worm king chose this base to carry out its first revenge. The knight provided the insectoids with the best cover. Without a large scanning device, the temporary defensive system was much less effective. The stone-skinned worm king's body disappeared into the ground. In the past 3 days, it had built a tunnel that was 5 meters wide and tall. Even for the stone-skinned worm king, this wasn't an easy task. For the past 3 days, it had been consuming its mutated energy. They would rest and recover, and consume and recover again. It was hatred that kept the stone-skinned worm king going. It had built a wide tunnel from a hidden spot 20 kilometers away from Slaw Combat College to the front of the college. The reason why the tunnel was not dug directly into the Krypton crystal mine was because the first project of Slaw Combat College was to incorporate the entire Krypton crystal mine into a professional security system. This security system was specially designed for the Krypton crystal mine. It was a special security system developed by the Federation to protect the Krypton crystal mine. With the Krypton crystal mine's energy support, it could defend against intruders from underground and at the same time sound the alarm. The stone-skinned worm king had inherited memories, and its higher intelligence allowed it to understand the habits of the Federation. When a college base is built, we could be like the students of the first college of Iridia, Cater College, and Vulgo College. We can kill insectoids every day for points and have an endless supply of training resources. A student of Slaw Combat College wearing an exoskeleton armor said to his friend with longing in his eyes. Slaw Combat Academy's treatment was pretty good. They had a large supply of level 1 strengthened meat, and they could apply for level 2 strengthened meat from the academy when they needed it. However, this kind of treatment was relative. Compared to those ordinary academies, the Slaw Combat Academy that the Slaw Star region had invested a huge amount of resources into was naturally extremely good. However, compared to the academies that truly had their own academy base, the difference was too great. For example, for the students of the first college of Iridia, as long as they had enough points, let alone level 2 fortified meat, they could even exchange for level 3 fortified meat at any time. This was the benefit of having a college base. Therefore, the students of Slaw Combat Academy were extremely envious of the students of these academies. Now that they were finally going to have their own academy base, they were extremely excited. Especially recently, the academy had often organized for them to wipe out the nearby insectoids, and the students had made good gains. This made the students have high expectations for the base. I heard that those academies only need 100 points to exchange for a portion of level 3 strengthened meat. It's produced by level 3 insectoids that can only be killed by the transcendent. When will I be able to use level 3 strengthened meat? His friend exclaimed. The 2 students, Kaji, were responsible for guarding the base. Although there was a temporary scanning device, the tradition of Slaw Combat Academy still required the students to take turns to guard the base. The 2 students, Kaji, were standing on the defensive wall. The wall was 20 meters tall and made of alloy. This was the first line of defense for the base that had yet to be completed. They were responsible for guarding the 100-meter defensive wall. As long as they stood on the defensive wall, the light from the defensive wall would illuminate the area within a few kilometers as if it was daytime. Any insectoids that came close would be discovered. As the base had yet to be completed, the defensive system of the base was some defensive missiles. However, as the base did not have a specialized large-scale scanning device, the range of the defensive missiles was only 10 kilometers. This was a defensive system that targeted level 2 insectoids. The level One insectoids would be protected by the Transcendent's aura and the level. One insectoids would not dare to come close. Of course, this was also a temporary measure. Once the base was completed, it would be replaced by a more complete defensive system. The two students' mission was to discover some special insectoids. As the scanning device was not complete, some insectoids with special abilities might be able to avoid being scanned. This required the students on duty to be able to discover and judge. They could eliminate the insectoids on their own or call for the combat Kaji team. Just as the two students, Kaji, were fantasizing about the good days ahead, two white lights flashed across the ground from afar and appeared beside the two students, Kaji, and the two Kaji's body swayed. The two students, Kaji, looked at the claw on each other's chest. It was a weapon of the insectoids. They wanted to sound the alarm, but the other claw had already pierced through their unsealed facial armor. The two students, Kaji, fell to the ground, revealing the two flash bugs behind them. Although they were only level 1 insectoids, they had an extremely strong jumping ability and decent attack power. They had an absolute advantage in ambushing fixed targets at night. After killing the two students, Kaji, the two flash bugs jumped again. Their target was a few defensive missile launchers on high ground. After the two flash bugs, a large number of flash bugs appeared. Their target was also the various defensive missile launchers and other defensive facilities of Sierra Combat College. The temporary scanning device of Sierra Combat College did not have the ability to scan the inside of the base. It could only scan the area 10 kilometers outside of the base. Therefore, the flash bugs that broke into the base were not detected by the scanning device and did not sound the alarm. This was the disadvantage of not having a proper base. This could be made up by Kaji on duty, but who would have thought that Kaji on duty would be killed in an instant without the chance to sound the alarm? Boom! An explosion occurred after the defensive missile launcher was destroyed. After this explosion, there was a series of explosions. Although the defensive missile launcher was powerful, its body was extremely fragile. Ordinary alloys and energy thrusters would cause an explosion as soon as it was destroyed. The first explosion woke the base up. Transcendent Draper, who was in the temporary office, ran out immediately and saw the flash bugs that kept flashing in the night. The insectoids are attacking. Everyone, put on your armor and prepare for battle. Transcendent Draper equipped his body with a green glowing transcendent armor while activating the transcendent power. His voice penetrated the building and reached everyone's ears. Although the students of Sierra Combat College did not have much experience fighting the insectoids, they had plenty of experience. Although it was a temporary gathering at night, they quickly put on their armor and rushed out of the dormitory. This was also related to the fact that they were on the Guardian planet. Every student would place their exoskeleton armor beside them. The Guardian planet's danger level and the Academy's requirements required them to do so. Therefore, when the few defensive facilities in the base were destroyed, the Kaji students formed a battle formation and prepared to attack the flash bugs. Draper's transcendent speed was very fast. For the sake of speed, he only used a level 3 longsword. In a short period of time, he killed 3 flash bugs in a row. The flash bugs seemed to have received some kind of order. They did not choose to fight. Instead, after destroying the defensive facilities, they immediately jumped out of the defensive wall and left. Even with Transcendent Draper's speed, it was difficult to chase after the flash bugs. On top of that, the insectoids suddenly appeared, so he did not dare to leave the base. Transcendent Draper shouted to stop Kaji's student from chasing. Ignore those flash bugs. Guard the defensive wall, and stop the insectoids from attacking. Transcendent Anurin and Transcendent Klaus rushed over. They were wearing their transcendent armor and stood beside Transcendent Draper. Dozens of holes appeared on the ground in front of the defensive wall that was attacked just now. Countless corrosive mutant larvae rushed out from them. The corrosive mutant larvae didn't have the ability to jump, so they couldn't reach the wall. Instead, they used their bodies to smash into the wall, and in an instant their bodies exploded. The corrosive liquid flowed onto the wall and made a hissing sound. Corrosive holes appeared on the defensive wall one after another. The corrosive mutant larvae behind continued to expand the holes, allowing them to rush through. Transcendent Klaus said with a gloomy face, "Damn it, it's this again. We need to send out a signal for help. The Stoneskin Worm King is here." Transcendent Klaus was the only one who participated in the battle against the Stoneskin Worm King. He had seen how the corrosive mutant larvae attacked before. Because of this familiarity and the insectoid's intelligence, Transcendent Klaus knew that this was an attack led by the Stoneskin Worm King. Transcendent Klaus knew how scary the Stoneskin Worm King was. He knew that even if he teamed up with the other two Transcendent beside him, it would still be hard to beat the Stoneskin Worm King. Especially since the defensive weapons of the base had been destroyed, the weapons that could deal with the Stoneskin Worm King were useless. At this moment, the students of Slaw Combat Academy showed their excellent fighting skills. They immediately changed their formation to a defensive counterattack formation in front of the corrosive mutant larvae. Kaji the Big Shield was in front to block the corrosive mutant larvae. Kaji the Spear was in the back to clean up the corrosive mutant larvae. The rest of the Kaji were in charge of cleaning up the corrosive mutant larvae. The corrosive mutant larvae were not strong. In fact, they were very weak. The only weapon they had was to use the corrosive liquid in their bodies to attack their enemies. The corrosive liquid was ineffective against high-grade materials, so it did not pose much of a threat to Kaji. As long as they were not drenched by the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid, they would not be in danger. The three Transcendent Klaus did not participate in the battle. They hovered in the air and stared at the battle, searching for traces of the Stoneskin Worm King. The Stoneskin Worm King was their opponent. If the Stoneskin Worm King were to fight with the students, it would be a one-sided massacre. As more and more students joined the battle, the situation stabilized. Some students took out disinfectant from the storehouse and sprayed it on the corrosive liquid on the ground. In the previous Hunting King operation, the Stoneskin Worm King used the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid to kill 2 Transcendent Klaus and injure several Transcendent Klaus. This tactic was no longer effective. On the second day after that battle, a large amount of disinfectant to counter the corrosive mutant larvae's corrosive liquid was stored in the storehouses of the various academies. Just like how the insectoids understood the humans of the Federation through their inheritance, the humans of the Federation understood the insectoids very well. They had their own ways to counter the insectoids. It was just that the insectoids had too many ways to attack, so they could not prepare every countermeasure. However, this also ensured that the insectoids' countermeasure would only work once. Just like now, as the disinfectant was sprayed out, the corrosive liquid on the ground was like snow meeting fire. It quickly melted into normal water. From the hole in front of the defensive wall, the insectoids poured out again. This time, it was not the corrosive mutant larvae, but the poison impact beetles. The poison impact beetles were also one of the weaker insectoids. They were also a type of insectoid that could only be used once. Everyone switched to the internal circulatory system and activate the sprinkler system. A teacher appeared and began to instruct the students. One by one, the poison impact beetles smashed onto Kaji's shield and exploded, turning into a cloud of poisonous mist. However, Sierra Combat Academy had already prepared for this. The sprinkler system was a cleaning system for the outer wall of the base. As the water on the Guardian planet was very precious, the sprinkler system was specially prepared for special situations like this. Of course, Sierra Combat Academy would not be stingy with their water. The sprinkler system was originally prepared to deal with the petrifying gas of the Stoneskin Worm King. Although they did not know if it would work, it could prevent the petrifying gas from mixing with other smog and becoming indistinguishable. The poison of the poison impact beetles did not work. As soon as the poisonous mist rose, it was washed away by the spray of water. Student Kaji was not completely unscathed. Some of the weaker Kaji were hit by the poison impact beetles multiple times. As long as they could not hold their shield and lost their defensive position, They would be pounced on by the poison impact beetles and be blown up at close range. Whenever a Kaji was injured or killed, another Kaji would quickly take its place. Student Kaji did not have time to mourn. The only thing they needed to do was to kill the insectoids in front of them. Chapter 398. Although Slaw Combat Academy had only lost a dozen or so students in the battle so far, countless insectoid corpses had fallen in front of them. However, the three Transcendents did not look happy at all. These insectoids were all weak level 1 insectoids. These insectoids were not considered consumables among the insectoids. Even the materials used to kill these insectoids were of a lower grade than normal level 1 insectoids. The three Transcendent and Master David from the First College of Iridia are on their way here. They will be here in about 10 minutes. The other college bases will also send Transcendent. They should only be able to send one Transcendent at most. The Draper Transcendent said to the two Transcendent next to him in a deep voice. Allies are more reliable, the Transcendent said softly. Silence, Enlin. Watch your words, the Transcendent said in a deep voice. The three Transcendent knew why the First College of Iridia was so concerned about Slaw Combat College. They sent three Transcendent and David all at once. On one hand, the relationship between Slaw Combat Academy and Ilidia First Academy was at its best, especially after David had saved Transcendent Enlin. Their relationship had become even more harmonious. On the other hand, Slaw Combat College was partly owned by the First College of Iridia. Even if it was to protect their own interests, they still had to come and help. As for the other two colleges, the Glen Transcendent of Cater College had lost an arm, and the Volgo College was even worse. They had lost a Transcendent. The reason they sent a Transcendent was because of the agreement between the colleges. The military guardianship will arrive in 2 minutes at most. We are lucky this time. There are 2 guardian ships patrolling nearby. The Transcendent Draper finally smiled when he received the news. Although the insectoids were fused with the base and could not use their main cannons to attack, the guardian ships still had a lot of less powerful weapons and missiles. These were enough to deal with the insectoids. Even if the Stoneskin Worm King appeared, they could still deal with it. Just when the three Transcendent Draper were in a good mood, another insectoid rushed out of the hole. This time, it was 4 meters tall and 7 meters long. It had 6 legs and 2 thick forelimbs. These were the armored rockworms. After the 10 armored rockworms rushed out of the cave, they passed through the hole in the defensive wall and rushed towards the defensive formation set up by the students. Behind the armored rockworms were the hunter mantises. These hunter mantises followed behind the armored rockworms. We need to make a move, the Transcendent Draper said helplessly. He originally did not plan to make a move at this time, but even if Kaji could block the charge of 10 level 2 armored rockworms, the hunter mantises behind them would cause a lot of damage to the students. If it was before, the Transcendent Draper would have wanted to preserve his strength, but the military guardianship was about to arrive, so he decided to make a move. I will go, the Transcendent Draper said in a deep voice. His body flashed, and he rushed to the front of the armored rockworm. The rank 3 warhammer in his hand smashed heavily on the armored rockworm's head. His speed was too fast, and he attacked while the armored rockworm was charging, so the armored rockworm had no chance to dodge at all. The armored rockworm was hit in the head by the rank 3 warhammer, and a clear dent immediately appeared on its head. Then, the armored rockworm's body went limp, and its huge body fell to the ground. The armored rockworm behind it was too fast, so it stepped on the body of the armored rockworm and continued to charge towards the Transcendent Draper. The Transcendent Draper did not retreat and counterattacked. Instead, it stepped forward and swung the rank 3 warhammer upwards. This strike hit the lower jaw of the armored rockworm behind it, and a huge force shattered the lower jaw of the armored rockworm, the bone piercing into its head. After 2 armored rockworms were killed by the Transcendent Draper, the armored rockworms behind them had no choice but to stop. The Transcendent Draper stepped forward again and swung the rank 3 warhammer again. The armored rockworms were not weaker than the transcendent draper in terms of strength. In fact, they were even a bit stronger. However, the transcendent draper was too fast. It was not something the armored rockworms could compare to. In addition, the rank 3 warhammer was more effective than a sharp rank 3 weapon against these huge armored rockworms. A sharp rank 3 weapon needed to attack the vital parts of the armored rockworms to pose a threat. However, a rank 3 warhammer was different. No matter where it hit, the result would be bone-shattering and flesh-tearing. It would also directly shake the rest of the armored rockworm and cause a wider range of damage. The transcendent draper dealt with the armored rockworms very easily. It was a type of suppression in terms of combat power. The armored rockworms lost their charge, so they lost their biggest advantage. The Kaji students also began to advance. The Stoneskin Worm King has appeared. Just as the Transcendent Draper wanted to help the Kaji students deal with the rest of the armored rockworms, he heard the Transcendent Draper's warning. The Transcendent Draper immediately flew into the air and saw the Stoneskin Worm King coming through the wall. The hole in the defensive wall was too small. It was just that when the Stoneskin Worm King passed through, it had forcefully created a hole in the defensive wall that allowed it to pass through. "I'll stop it," the Transcendent Draper shouted. "The Stoneskin Worm King is not as fast as you. Use your speed to attack and immediately retreat." The Transcendent Draper knew the Transcendent Draper's personality. He knew he could not persuade the Transcendent Draper, so he could only remind him. The Stoneskin Worm King moved forward and swept the hunter mantises in front of it with its tail. A dozen hunter mantises were swept into the battle formation formed by the students. These hunter mantises were hit by several weapons before they landed. They were already dead when they hit the ground. The Stoneskin Worm King did not stop sweeping its tail. Not only the hunter mantises, but also the armored rockworms were swept into the Kaji students' battle formation. However, this time, the Kaji students did not immediately kill the armored rockworms. Instead, several of them were injured by the armored rockworms. The armored rockworms then charged left and right in the battle formation until a pinnacle senior Kaji came over and killed the armored rockworms. The Transcendent Draper maintained his calmness and rushed towards the Stoneskin Worm King. The Stoneskin Worm King raised its head and looked at him. The two stared at each other. Transcendent Amlin felt a chill when he saw the eyes of the Stoneskin Worm King. It was a pair of eyes filled with madness and hatred. Both eyes were glowing with red light. Without any hesitation, the Transcendent Draper's body reacted faster than his mind and turned in the air. At the same time, the Stoneskin Worm King spat out a petrifying gas and brushed past the Transcendent Draper. The Transcendent Draper did not retreat. After dodging the petrifying gas, he calculated the time the Stoneskin Worm King would use the gas again. He didn't know how long the Stoneskin Worm King had between each petrifying gas attack, but he had studied the battle data of the Stoneskin Worm King. He believed that there would be a gap between each attack. This kind of baseless judgment was risking his life at this time, but the Transcendent Draper decided to go all out. If the Transcendent Draper and the Transcendent Draper could not hold the Stoneskin Worm King back, then the three Transcendent Draper would join the battle. At that time, all three Transcendent would die here. The Transcendent Draper rushed forward and arrived in front of the Stoneskin Worm King. Borrowing the momentum, he swung his grade 3 warhammer and smashed it heavily on the Stoneskin Worm King's body. My bet paid off. The Transcendent Draper was overjoyed. His judgment was correct. He had successfully approached the Stoneskin Worm King and hit it. With a boom, the grade 3 warhammer smashed into the Stoneskin Worm King's body. The Stoneskin Worm King's body couldn't help but tremble. The Stoneskin Transcendent Draper also felt his hand go numb. The strong recoil from the grade 3 warhammer almost made him drop it. The Stoneskin Worm King's body immediately recovered after the momentary pause. It opened its mouth at the Transcendent Draper, whose speed had been affected by the recoil. The Transcendent Draper felt the world slow down. He He saw the gray gas gathering in the stone-skinned Worm King's mouth, ready to leave at any time and shoot at him. The transcendent Draper felt bitter. He had not been in danger for many years, but in just a few days, he had been in danger again and again. Last time, David had saved him. This time, it would be hard for him to escape. The transcendent Draper thought of many things at that moment, but it was also at that moment that a frigate appeared and fired 2 cannons at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of machine cannons could be heard. Even faster than the sound of machine cannons were the cannonballs that flew out. The cannons hit the stone-skinned Worm King's body, stopping the stone-skinned Worm King from spitting out the petrifying gas. At the same time, it was forced back by the cannons. The cannons on the frigate were a type of melee weapon. Although the cannons were only made of Grade 1 materials, the impact of the cannons on the frigate was shocking. The stone-skinned Worm King was forced back by the impact and had no time to attack the transcendent Draper. However, because it was only a Grade 1 cannonball, no matter how strong the impact was, it couldn't injure the stone-skinned Worm King. Even if it was injured by the impact, the stone-skinned Worm King would recover quickly with its powerful recovery ability. They're finally here. The transcendent Draper let out a long sigh of relief. He recalled the situation just now and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The transcendent Draper and Klaus transcendent Draper, who were preparing to provide support in the air, also broke out in cold sweat. Just as they were rejoicing, they saw more than 10 thick energy beams shoot out from outside the defensive wall. The target of these energy beams was the frigate. The frigate was at a low altitude and had no time to dodge at all. It was hit by these energy beams. The energy shield outside the frigate shook for a while and then disappeared. These energy beams were shot out by the elite explosive spray bugs. They had a special destructive effect on energy shields. This was the result of the explosive spray bugs' many years of evolution. The explosive bugs' mission was to attack the warships in the sky. The strongest part of the Federation warships was their energy shield, which could block a large amount of attacks. However, the explosive bugs' attack was like a needle, and the energy shield was broken in short time. After the energy beams penetrated the energy shield, they still managed to break through the defense of the frigate, creating more than 10 holes in the frigate's hull. Many of the frigate's equipment were destroyed, and there was a problem with the power transmission. The frigate spun in the air and fell to the ground. During the descent, dozens of missiles flew out from the frigate, targeting the location of the explosive spray bugs. While the frigate was still descending, a series of explosions came from the ground. It was the sound of the explosive bugs being hit and the missiles exploding one after the other. A second frigate appeared in the sky. As soon as it appeared, it gathered energy and began to charge its main cannon. This didn't mean that the second frigate was going to use its main cannon. The captain just wanted to scare the stone-skinned Worm King away. As long as the stone-skinned Worm King left the base, he would be able to use all his means of attack. However, the captain obviously underestimated the stone-skinned Worm King's intelligence. The stone-skinned Worm King sensed that the frigate's main cannon was charging, but it didn't run away immediately. Instead, it sped up and rushed toward the Kaji students' formation. The stone-skinned Worm King knew that as long as it was with humans, the frigate wouldn't dare use its main cannon. When the stone-skinned Worm King rushed forward, the hunter mantises and armored bugs in front of it were all pushed towards the Kaji students' formation. The Kaji students used their shields to block in front of them and used their bodies to block the approach of the stone-skinned Worm King. At this moment, the stone-skinned Worm King did something that no one expected. It spat out a mouthful of petrifying gas. The hunter mantises, armored bugs, and dozens of Kaji students in front of the stone-skinned Worm King didn't dodge. They were all surrounded by the petrifying gas. "Everyone back off!" The Draper Transcendent yelled. The stone-skinned Worm King used its tail to bounce on the ground, and its huge body flew up towards the frigate in the sky. No one expected the stone-skinned Worm King to have such an ability. In just one bounce, its body flew up 200 meters. The frigate also descended to 200 meters in order to be able to use its close combat system. However, The combatants on the frigate reacted quickly. All the defensive missiles were activated, and the frigate seemed to be glowing. Dozens of missiles flew out and bombarded the stone-skinned Worm King. The momentum of its body in the air was reduced, and it finally fell back to the ground. Chapter 399. When the stone-skinned Worm King fell to the ground, its body flipped in the air. Its huge body turned nimbly in the air and fell towards the retreating students of Slaw Combat College. Transcendent Amlin didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the location where the stone-skinned Worm King had landed. Transcendent Draper and Transcendent Klaus also rushed over. If the stone-skinned Worm King really let loose, these students wouldn't be enough. The stone-skinned Worm King turned around and looked at the three Transcendent in the air. It breathed in and spat out a gray, petrifying gas. The three Transcendent immediately stopped and helplessly turned around to avoid the petrifying gas. All of you retreat. Kaji, who was standing at the back of the retreating students, shouted loudly. He didn't move his body. Instead, he gripped his shield tightly and stared at the stone-skinned Worm King in the air. The other four shield-wielding students didn't hesitate. They also stopped retreating and stood next to this shield-wielding student. The five shields formed a layered defensive formation. These five shielded students were precisely where the stone-skinned Worm King had landed. They were very clear that as long as the stone-skinned Worm King was able to stabilize itself on the ground, it would be able to launch an even more advantageous attack. Therefore, the five Kaji students prepared to stall the stone-skinned Worm King for a while. They knew that they couldn't stop the stone-skinned Worm King. Ignoring the recent rumors about the stone-skinned Worm King, just the level 3 arachnid wasn't something a student like Kaji could stop. However, they still stayed to ensure the safety of their fellow students. The stone-skinned Worm King's body heavily smashed into the first shield. Kaji, who was holding the shield, immediately spat out blood and collapsed on the ground with countless broken bones. The stone-skinned Worm King's body then smashed into the second shield. Kaji, who was also holding the shield, was also heavily injured and collapsed. The third and fourth shields were added in order to prevent the stone-skinned Worm King from landing safely. The stone-skinned Worm King angrily lashed out with its tail, and the two shielded Kaji students were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kaji, the last shield-wielding student, rammed into the stone-skinned Worm King with his shield and body. Unfortunately, the stone-skinned Worm King's fall was not affected at all. However, the stone-skinned Worm King was also annoyed by the constant harassment. It opened its huge mouth and bit down heavily. Half of Kaji's body, as well as half of his shield, entered the mouth of the stone-skinned Worm King. The five shielded students Kaji held back the stone-skinned worm for 2 seconds. It was not enough for all the students to retreat, but it was enough to create some distance between them. At this time, the cannons on the corvette in the sky began to fire, and the missiles kept flying towards the stone-skinned Worm King. The stone-skinned Worm King was continuously pushed back by the corvette's attacks. This finally made the stone-skinned Worm King angry to the extreme. It withstood the cannons and missiles and allowed them to explode on its body. It allowed its body to involuntarily retreat, and it spat out a gray gas ball towards the corvette. "Dodge, dodge!" the captain ordered loudly. The corvette turned in the air, and the cannons automatically locked onto the stone-skinned Worm King. It was not affected by the turn. However, the corvette's turning speed was still too slow. The gray gas ball was like a phantom, and it ignored the corvette's outer shell and entered the corvette. The intelligent core of the corvette emitted a mechanical voice. "Unknown gas in Area B. 32 crew members dead in attack position. Unknown gas is spreading. Activating evacuation equipment. Evacuation equipment is ineffective. Warning, all personnel in Area B, evacuate immediately." Area B of the corvette was the weapon control area. It was the area where the corvette was responsible for controlling the weapons. There were many specialized weapon operators there. The gray gas's spread was very strange. Neither the walls nor the energy barrier could stop the gray gas. The gray gas was also not affected by the wind, and the evacuation equipment could not do anything to it. Base, requesting to withdraw from the battlefield. Weapon operators are dead. No effective attacks can be carried out. The captain reported to the military base with a terrible expression. I don't care what you do, even if you have to use the Corvette to ram it. There are children there, and they're the future of the Federation. Retreat is not allowed. The military base commander's voice was filled with helplessness and determination. The captain looked at his colleagues in the cockpit. They had also heard the command from the military base. Yes, fight to the death. The captain replied in a low voice. He understood the military base's thinking. The Guardian planet's military had just recovered its reputation. If a large number of students were killed in the Academy base, the Guardian planet's military reputation would be damaged again. Moreover, these were all children. Unlike the soldiers, every one of these children had the potential to grow up to be strong. Some of these children might even become transcendent in the future. As the best combat academy in the Slaw sector, every Kaji that the academy recruited was a genius from all over the world. Increase the engine to 100% and transfer it all to the energy barrier. We will use the hull to block the stone-skinned Worm King. Backup will be here soon. The captain ordered loudly. The crew carried out the order silently. They were all professional soldiers. At times like this, there was no fear. All they wanted was to complete their jobs. The stone-skinned Worm King looked at the Corvette in the sky and realized that the attack had stopped. It knew that its attack had worked. This did not reduce the stone-skinned Worm King's anger. Ever since the stone-skinned worms were wiped out, it had been preparing for this attack. Hatred affected its intelligence. Its attack was a little rushed, but it could not wait any longer. 3 days to open up the underground passage was the longest it could endure. The stone-skinned Worm King knew its weakness. Its speed was slower than the Transcendents, so it decided to hunt down the weaker ones. It knew that when it hunted down the weaker ones, the Transcendents would automatically send themselves to it. Just as the stone-skinned Worm King rushed towards the evacuating students, the Corvette in the sky swooped down towards it. The Corvette was not small. Its mountain-like momentum made the stone-skinned Worm King pause for a moment. Then it was enraged. The stone-skinned Worm King gave up on the evacuating students. It turned around and whipped its tail towards the Corvette. The Corvette and the stone-skinned Worm King collided. When the tail and the energy barrier came into contact, it shook violently. The captain pushed the control device in his hand. The engine provided a great driving force, which was converted into the force of the collision. The stone-skinned Worm King was smashed into the ground by the Corvette. The Corvette itself was also scattered with electricity. Who knew how many circuits were damaged by the collision? When the stone-skinned Worm King was smashed into the ground, it spat out a petrifying gas towards the Corvette. Base goodbye. The captain saw the gray gas enter the cockpit and sent a message to the military base. Then the petrifying gas spread out in the cockpit. All the soldiers in the cockpit were turned into stone. The commander of the military base stood in front of the control tower. He was silent, but his eyes were wet. Send the nearest warship to support as soon as possible. Don't let them die in vain. The commander ordered loudly. On the other side of the channel, there were 10 warships rushing towards the battlefield. They had already learned about the battle through the shared system. The stone-skinned Worm King used its mutated ability to split the ground. It was in a difficult situation. Although a level 3 insectoid had the ability to fight against a warship, it was definitely not under such circumstances. Most importantly, although the stone-skinned Worm King was very strong, it also had its biggest weakness. It did not have legs. Its real level 3 physical attack was only its teeth. Its tail was just brute force. This made it difficult for the stone-skinned Worm King to attack the Corvette effectively without using its petrifying ability. A special spaceship hovered in the air. Then, 3 figures wearing transcendent armor rushed out. Behind them was David's custom-made exoskeleton armor. "We'll hold it back," the transcendent Kenny shouted. He waved the level three heavy axe in his hand and rushed downwards. David, find an opportunity, the transcendent Dunbar told David and rushed downwards. The transcendent Beecher gave David a thumbs up. With the level 3 spear in front of him, he rushed downwards like an arrow. Thanks, the three of you. I'll treat you to a drink later. I still have 2 bottles of good wine in my collection. The transcendent Draper said to the 3 First College of Iridia Transcendent with a big smile. With the addition of the 3 Transcendent, his confidence increased greatly. The Stone-Skinned Worm King was indeed very strong. However, after the previous failure, the Transcendent had studied the Stone-Skinned Worm King's fighting style. Naturally, they knew the Stone-Skinned Worm King's weakness. The Stone-Skinned Worm King's only attack was its petrifying gas. As for its tail attack, it would not be able to hit the Transcendent Draper unless it was in a daze on the battlefield. Therefore, when the 3 Transcendent Kenny rushed downwards, the 3 Transcendent Draper also surrounded it. The 6 Transcendent Draper surrounded the Stone-Skinned Worm King. They carefully controlled the distance between them and the Stone-Skinned Worm King. When the Stone-Skinned Worm King spat out a petrifying gas at the Transcendent Kenny immediately retreated. Because the distance was far enough, the gas did not hit. The moment the Stone-Skinned Worm King spat out the gas, the Transcendent Draper quickly rushed up from behind and hammered the Stone-Skinned Worm King. The hammering used a technique to reduce the recoil force. Although the effect of the attack was weakened, the recoil force would not affect one's reaction speed. Dunbar, when attacking the Stone-Skinned Worm King, do not use your full strength. Its recoil force is enough to injure the attacker. Draper Transcendent retreated after 1 hit and did not forget to explain to Dunbar Transcendent, who also used a warhammer. I will be careful, Transcendent Dunbar replied loudly. Transcendent Dunbar attached great importance to Draper Transcendent's advice because Draper Transcendent would use his life to verify it. At the same time, it would also reduce the danger of the Transcendent Dunbar in battle. The Stone-Skinned Worm King was in pain from the hammer attack. It roared angrily and rushed towards Draper, spitting out a petrifying gas at the same time. Transcendent Beecher rushed forward and quickly stabbed out with a grade 3 spear in his hand. The grade 3 spear's attack was extremely penetrative, and it pierced a bloody hole in the Stone-Skinned Worm King's skin. Unfortunately, Transcendent Beecher did not dare to use too much force. After piercing through the Stone-Skinned Worm King's skin, most of the spear's power was neutralized. The grade 3 spear only pierced the tip of the spear before it had to be pulled back. Compared to the Stone-Skinned Worm King's huge body, the wound from the tip of the spear was not a vital part of its body, so it was not a big deal. The Stone-Skinned Worm King kept getting hit in the encirclement. Although it kept trying to attack the Transcendent just wanted to stall it. They did not want to kill it in 1 hit. Instead, they made it so that the Stone-Skinned Worm King could not keep up with the Transcendent's battle speed. Of course, it looked like the Stone-Skinned Worm King was at a disadvantage, but the Stone-Skinned Worm King's powerful recovery ability quickly recovered from the Transcendent's repeated attacks. On the other hand, the Transcendent side did not dare to let the Stone-Skinned Worm King hit them. Just 1 hit was enough to heavily injure the Transcendent. Did you guys notice that the Stone-Skinned Worm King is a little different today? Transcendent Kenny said in a deep voice while focusing on the battle. Transcendent Kenny noticed that the Stone-Skinned Worm King was in a bad mood today. It kept roaring angrily. Yeah, in the previous battles, the Stone-Skinned Worm King would not even give us a chance to surround it. If it wanted to leave, none of us could stop it. Transcendent Draper agreed. They all knew how the Stone-Skinned Worm King retreated. As long as it was in contact with the ground, it could make the ground part at any time, allowing it to enter the ground and leave easily. It was also because of this that it was extremely difficult to fight the Stone-Skinned Worm King. It was too cunning. David blew up its nest. It would be strange if it was normal. Transcendent and Beolin said with a laugh. How did you know? Transcendent Dunbar was stunned. He was sure that no one on his side had revealed the truth. To outsiders, the stone-skinned Worm King's nest was destroyed by the military. Who doesn't know the military's ability? If they could find the stone-skinned Worm King's nest, they would have found it long ago. David even saved Fred from the stone-skinned Worm King's nest. Of course, he would do something big. That's not his style. Transcendent Dunbar said with a smile. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.